so much. Let's all have. Then I'll take you through today's program. Thank you for arriving so early for the Women in Climate Change Conference, our first convening as women, where we believe that we have our contribution and we need to recognize our contributions. Today, we have exhibitions going on the whole day. Please feel free to go and learn one or two ideas on having an eco product. It will be something to take back when you leave, to influence or create innovations when you return. Today, at the Women in Climate Change Conference, we have worked and been supported by the Global Green Growth Institute. We have the European Union, the German Corporation, that is GIZ. We have the Climate Change Department, who's our custodian for women in climate change. We have teens, that is training, empowerment, education in neighborhood sustainability, and the Makerere University Ministry of Estates and Environment. Thank you so much for taking off your time today morning. My name is Maria Chiza. I work with the Global Green Growth Institute under the Communications Department. We'll have our opening remarks from the Climate Change Department by Madame Flavia Biekwanso, representing our commissioner, who have taken off time to go to further have climate change negotiations in Bonn. After that, we'll be delighted to have remarks from the country representative of the Global Green Growth Institute, Ms. Dagmar Zwebe. Then after, our team, our communication partners from the National Planning Authority will come and lead a panel or moderate a session where we get to further understand what it is we need to recognize women in climate change and what we need to do. On the panel, we'll have remarks from one youth who has a change story to tell us. We'll introduce them then when the time comes. We'll have a best practice from one of our colleagues who have participated in climate negotiations, implementation of climate change, adaptation and mitigation projects, who have participated in finance and negotiation. Then we'll have representatives from one of our line ministries, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, who will also be telling us what it is they are in at their ministry and what opportunities we need to take up as women. I know as we progress, we have male champions in the house. We have one representative today who will speak on your behalf. After that, we have an exciting session of the awards, Women in Climate Change Awards. I feel that is already exciting enough for us to know that some of us are going to go home rewarded. In the awards, we have the Youth Innovation Award, we'll have the Climate Sector Leadership Award, Climate Change Policy Advocacy Award, the Outstanding Climate Change Climate Activist, and the Outstanding Male Champion, all in the house today. Then just before we close, we hope to get remarks from the European Union, who are also part of the supporting team to ensure that we have everything happening here today to continue promoting the implementation of the Uganda Green Growth Development Strategy. Then we'll have our closing remarks from one of our colleagues who has been in the climate change spaces from the Parliamentary Forum. Exhibitions will be going on. We hope to have photo sessions. As it is a live stream, we're going to have interviews going on. You'll be called on to share a word or two on YouTube. We have the Green Growth Communication Media live streamed, and our partners Kadanke Media House, who are helping us to make sure that our partners or colleagues who are not in-house are actually following the discussions. In the afternoon, as I already mentioned, we already worked with Makerere University, Estates and Environment Department. They'll be taking on the youth session to see how youth get to be involved in climate change, and the topic is really green entrepreneurship. As you know, the Global Green Growth Institute has for 3 years been supporting initiatives in greenpreneurship and ensuring that it is one of the things we are looking at. So it will be case studies, future opportunities for the youth. Currently they're in class, but I know in the afternoon they will be able to join us. That's why you see 2 sessions. We want to give them that special recognition. Thank you so much. Let me welcome Madame Flavia to come forward for the opening remarks. You're most welcome.
Very good morning to you all. I bring warm greetings from the leadership of Ministry of Water and Environment. And I'm standing in for the Fort of Commissioner, who is away on official duty in Bonn, still on negotiations on climate change. I'll read out the speech that they wrote out for me, and I'll add a few words in there. To the representatives from the central government and local government, the representatives of development partners, the representatives of the private sector, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you once again. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to be here with you today to recognize in climate change spaces. On behalf of the Climate Change Department, I would like to extend our sincere thanks and special gratitude to all the stakeholders who have taken time to come to attend this conference and make it a reality and closely supporting this initiative. As you all know, climate change is a common concern, and it's at a global level too, and it has affected mankind, and it's at the same time driven by humans. The Climate Change Department has started with the implementation of the National Climate Change Act in accordance with the framework on the climate change strategy. The main focal areas in the National Climate Change Action Plan are on 1, assessing and managing the risks, impacts, the risk trends, and the vulnerability to climate change. Secondly, responding, measuring, and undertaking actions for achieving adaptation and mitigation to the impacts of climate change. Thirdly, undertaking actions to conserve and enhance sinks and reservoirs of greenhouse gases. Fourth, ensuring that the specific resilience, mitigation and adaptation measures, responses and actions to be adopted for ecosystems, gender matters, the vulnerability and marginalized communities, and for the variability and extremes of climate change are taken care of. And last but not least, undertaking the actions for building of climate change. Our department has put into perspective gender equality and empowerment of women and intergeneration equity. Climate Change Department is aware that women are seen as more vulnerable to the climate change risks and impacts as they are poorer, since they have less access to resources and have less authority and are more vulnerable to the risks of climate change. We are not ignoring the rights of indigenous people, the local communities, the migrants, the refugees, the children, persons with disabilities, and people in vulnerable situations, and those other groups with special needs. We need collaborative efforts to achieve the gender and inclusive targets, and this should be a joint effort, which we should all work towards with well-informed targets so that we are able to meet the desired goals for the nation and for our communities which we are serving. I'm happy to see the strategic stakeholders from government ministries, departments, agencies, development partners, civil society, youth, academia, and all other green growth enthusiasts. And sorry if I've not mentioned any other category that is here, you're all recognized in all your capacities. We have the chance to participate at any level, but all must be taken in the interests of women participation so that we reduce this gap of the number of women who are being affected by these impacts of climate change. Everybody here, you have a chance to participate at any level. And some of these include, but not limited to what I'm going to mention. To enhance the low greenhouse gas emissions and the green growth development, and coordinate related measurement of and reporting on and verification of these greenhouse gases. Secondly, to build resilience to climate change and enhance adaptive capacity at both the national level and the community levels. To optimize the opportunities of Uganda to mobilize climate finance. To assess climate risks in relation to human systems and identify appropriate options for mitigation and adaptation to climate change. And last, to enhance educational and public awareness, communication, outreach programs on climate change and its adverse effects. Climate Change Department will continue to establish and maintain a relation with national, regional, and international organizations, institutions, and agencies as may be appropriate for implementation of the National Climate Change Act and the National Climate Change Policy. Climate Change Department pledges to be a patron and a focal point for women issues in climate change because it's also written in the National Climate Change Act, which was recently released. We shall also designate a focal point person to continue with this conversation on active engagement of women in climate change so that we enhance our capacity in some areas like resource mobilization, activities on how to act in case of climate change responses, on how to actively engage vulnerable groups, especially the voiceless women who are at the grassroots, who have no one to speak for them. And I'm imagining everybody here listened to the budget and you know what was in the budget. But we have a big responsibility ahead of us to fill these gaps. There's some money, but it's not enough to fill the remaining gaps so that everybody is able to adapt and mitigate the impacts of climate change. We also have a responsibility to communicate effectively the results of the work that we are doing. How do I communicate to a woman in my village so that they understand the projects that we are carrying out and the programs and what they are required and the positions they are taking in these projects? Let them speak when the donors come to them, how they've been helped, not us, the project managers, so that the people who are supporting these programs know how these people are being supported. I'm hopeful that these will help you have a decent understanding of the climate change concerns and issues and get to know like-minded people and assist you in taking steps collectively. When you move as a team, you go far and faster. But when you move single-handedly, the reverse is true. I wish that you feel recognized and empowered in all your capacities where you're serving at the end of this program, and you are full of passion to strive for a better future regarding women in the spaces of climate change and green growth in Uganda and beyond. I thank you all for your kind attention, for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Representative. Madame Flavia, from the Climate Change Department. Just as announced, let me invite Madame Dagmar Zwebe for her remarks from the Global Green Growth Institute. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Oh. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready. I was a bit too enthusiastic and I prepared a bit much, maybe. There's just so many things I want to say and I want to share with you, so be patient with me and I try to talk as fast as possible to keep it as short as possible. But I'm very excited to be here today. Everybody who ever spent one day with me knows that I identify as a feminist and that this topic is very close to my heart. I can hear the sound singing. So yes, you won't probably be surprised to see me up here today. The older or more senior that I get, the more I realize that this is not as easy as it sounds, gender equality. Everybody's biased, including myself, still after so many years. I catch myself at times referring to a doctor or a minister as him in day-to-day life, because that's so ingrained in our brain. Why can a doctor or a minister not be a her? So we all still have a long way to go, even though we are so aware of the importance of gender equality. Or, for example, when I'm making budgets, I talk about man hours and not person hours. And let's not even discuss the word mankind. Why are we referring to the human race as mankind? I don't have an answer, but I do know it needs to change. Why is this so ingrained in our unconsciousness? Or more importantly, how do we change this moving forward? Unfortunately, I don't have the answer and I don't have a silver bullet for it. At least not yet. I'm working on it, and so is everybody in this room. Making ourselves aware, however, and making the people around us aware of equality, of the difference between men and women, that is what we're doing today, and that is step one, I think, for the future. Discussing and creating awareness of the role of women within the challenge and opportunities of climate change is important. I personally come from a renewable energy background and focused most of my previous career, before I started more in management roles, on renewable energy solutions. And 15 or 20 years ago, I would enter into the sector and people would only refer to women as victims or beneficiaries. Even yesterday, when I was telling a friend about this event, the answer was, yes, we should have clean cook stoves for women. And I'm not against having clean cook stoves for women. Actually, I think it's a great idea. But we should no longer only refer to women as beneficiaries or victims down the line of the value chain, for example, for cook stoves. No, women are and should be agents of change. They should get the opportunity to play a role within the value chain, produce products, sell products, make a living, and create opportunities for herself and her family. Why is this not considered? Luckily, awareness is being raised, and now, 15 years later, 20 years later, I do see more projects in the development sector that have the emphasis of women being a central part of interventions. However, personally, my observation is that private sector and other sectors still stay behind compared to government or development partners' interventions. So we still have a long way to go to create income generation, equal income generation and equal opportunities. Focusing now on climate change specifically, it affects women and men differently. This is also proven by the IPCC already in the 2007 report, but I think it's even mentioned earlier. The primary reason for this difference is because there's a different level of access to resources. Resources like skills, knowledge, finances, loans, land, and so much more that shapes how men and women adapt to the climate change impact. At the same time, women and men also contribute differently to the activities that mitigate climate change or adapt to climate change. And they share the benefits of climate finance differently. Again, one of the main reasons is the different in life experience, consumption patterns, spending habits, and roles and responsibilities in the household. Aligned with my example of working in the renewable energy sector, where we see over the past 15, 20 years a slow change in pace and the inclusion of more women in, the value chain. I'm so sorry. Losing my train of thought. And we also see a slow change in the discussion and climate negotiations. And more we see a focus on engaging women as agents of change in climate change solutions to stabilize the climate, but also yield benefits from the interventions we introduce in the sector. Overall, we have seen progress, but is this really translating to action? Look, for example, at the first submitted NDCs, the National Determined Contribution, which are, people who are not aware, the commitments the countries in the world make to address climate change. A close friend of mine from IUCN looked at all the NDCs in 2016. 65 of the 162 NDCs, so this is 40%, mention the word women or gender. Only 40% of 162 countries in the context of national priorities and ambitions, of which 11 just mention the word women or gender in the opening remarks and not in the rest of the document. 33 of them, of the 65, let me emphasize that again, of the 65, 33 mention or identify gender as a cross-cutting policy priority or commitment to either integrate and mainstream throughout their actions, but don't get to the specifics. My personal opinion is that that's an easy way out. That is people like me who talk to development partners saying, yes, we thought about gender. Yes, please give us money. But you're not getting concrete on how you're going to make a change. So again, 65, at least 44 of the 65 NDCs that mentioned gender didn't formulate any concrete activities. At the moment, all the countries, including Uganda, are updating their NDCs. I'm looking forward to this analysis of the new route of NDCs and see if we have done better, because we failed. We bluntly failed in the first round of NDCs to address the issue of women in climate change or gender equality in the climate change space. Now, enough about climate change. I'm sure we're talking about this all day and the rest of the day. I want to share a few experiences that I had as a woman in this sector. And I want to give a few tips and the WhatsApp group on women in climate change. And I've spoken to some of the WhatsApp group who reached out to me that I've never met before, and I hope you're in. Some of you recognize these because I have given them to individuals more often. Because very often I think it's also ourselves for you a little bit and down some of these. So my first three is dare to be different. To be one of the guys who leaders are not defined as men. And we need to accept again that women and male leaders are better. One is not better than the other one. No, we are just different. Women have unique leadership skills, and okay, already. And literature doesn't show that women are leaders. Women are more likely to lead through inspiration, transforming people's attitudes and beliefs, and aligning people in meaning and purpose. Or the people they lead. Imaginary model that all have for one lead, which is often a man in a suit. No, we are not those men in a suit. Be yourself and make sure you stand out. To give you a very simple example of myself, meetings, I know I'm gonna be in a suit. I make the point for myself, and my team confirm that, to show up in a bright red dress or a bright yellow dress. Let's be honest, I'm often the only white person in the room. I probably already send effort to stand out. You know what? All those people in that room are not forgetting about me. They know who I am. They will know who you are. I am not showing up in a black dress, in a black suit, because I'll blend in. So yes, I try, and now I dare to be different. I wish I had this knowledge 20 years ago when I was a junior. So that is my first point. My second point, don't sell yourself short. When I had about 5 years of work experience in my home country, in the Netherlands, I saw a vacancy of my dream job at the time that asked for 10 years of work experience and a lot of skills that I didn't have at the time. So I decided not to apply, but overnight, one day at dinner, I told my boyfriend, now husband, about the opportunity. And he was looking at me like I was speaking Chinese. I was like, why are you not applying for this job? And I was like, oh, you know, I don't have 10 years of work experience. I don't have all these skills. They will never hire me. Actually, this is proven. If you look at some of the research, and I'm quoting here a Harvard Business Review article, men apply for jobs when they meet 60% of the skills. Women only apply for 100% of the skills. So that was me. Fully, I admit, and my husband said to me, you apply for that job. What do you have to lose? I applied for the job. I entered into the international sector, I moved my whole family to Vietnam, and here I am today. So I'm still very happy. So, this is the advice I give to many women I meet at many seniority levels. Don't sell yourself short. You don't have to tick all the boxes. You don't have to be perfect to be good at something. Don't hold yourself back and apply for that job. There might not even be other good applicants. And other applicants might also not meet 100%. Or you might compensate with skills that you have that, you know, make up for the skills that you think you don't have, which doesn't mean that you don't have them. You might only be thinking that you don't have them. So, yes, again, going back, apply for that job or for that volunteer position or become an MP, I don't know, but go and chase your dreams. My last recommendation is stand up and speak up. And my team often hears me say this, take a seat on the table. When I first started to be interested in activism for gender equality, I read the book Lean In, Women, Work, and the Will to Lead from Sheryl Sandberg, who is the COO of Facebook. It was a very easy read and a good way to enter into this topic of women and leadership, so I can really recommend it. And she really opened my eyes to a few things. One of them is taking a seat on the table. When meetings take place, especially the bigger meetings, you often have several rows of chairs. Why is it that women will always take the seat in the back? Stop taking the seat in the back. Please, by putting yourself in the back, you literally put yourself behind the men who are all taking the front seat and who are all being seen by leadership. Stop taking the seat in the back, take that seat in the table and own that seat on the table. And I make it a point, and I have also several GGI men in the room, I make it a point to make sure none of the women in GGI sit on the second row, huh, Maria? Because by that, again, physically, you're putting yourself behind other people. Another thing that has been proven is that women in meetings very often don't get the floor to speak. So I go back to my statement, stand up and speak up. Make sure that doesn't happen to you. If your hand is overlooked, make sure it's being seen. Reach higher, cough, or just start speaking. But don't allow the people in the room, and this again, this is both men and women. The research shows that both men and women less often give the word to women. So I'm not trying to gender shame or anything, it's both men and women. Make sure you're being heard. Make sure that you get the floor and don't be silenced by being overlooked. For the men that were brave enough to join us today, and I'm very happy to see many, actually, more than I expected. I also have 2 tips on how you can be a better ally for women in climate change or women in companies and women in general. I think the biggest challenge I face when speaking about this topic is that many men take the topic personally, because they feel that when women speak up or women say that they are feminist or want gender equality, it means we are taking men down. No, We are not. Men can be feminists too. It just means that we're pushing gender equality and equal opportunities. It doesn't mean we hate men. It doesn't mean we think men are bad at their jobs. It doesn't mean we think women are superior to men. It just means that we want merit-based equality. May we all have equal opportunities to be the best at what we do. Don't be afraid of losing your job. If you're good at it, you have nothing to worry about. If you're not that good at it, you have a problem anyway, male or female, it doesn't matter. My second point, my second advice is be an ally. Be an ally for the women in your organization, the women at your home, the women in climate change. Do give those women I was just talking about an opportunity to speak at the table. Give them that seat at the table. Speak up in case of sexism or inappropriate behavior or jokes. Credit your female co-workers' ideas fairly, because this is another issue that research has shown doesn't always happen. Support or initiate gender equal rules, regulations and habits. For example, in GGI, an evaluation panel for new jobs can no longer exist out of all women or all men. We need to have at least one person from each gender on the table. Be an ally at home. Take on an equal amount of housework in your household, even though I know Ugandan culture is slightly different than my culture, but still, let me encourage the men here to take equal or larger amount of housework in your household as your wife's progress at the workplace is hindered by the disproportionate responsibilities they continue to take on at home, like household labor, childcare, and all the invisible work behind the scenes that keeps everything running smoothly. Last but not least, walk the extra mile. For example, in the past 3 years, we hired 20 people in GGI. For each shortlist that reaches my desk, I check, do we have 50% male shortlisted candidates and 50%, at least 50% women shortlisted candidates? If this is not the case, I either ask my staff to go back to the shortlist and go through it again, or in case of more senior positions, I look at all the female candidates and make sure we have the good ones on the shortlist. To be honest and realistic, and this is also to go back on the point we do not hate men, I need to be honest that all project managers in GGI, the most senior positions, are male. Unfortunately, the best people were not women. So this is what I was saying earlier to both women, please apply. Why are people not applying? Why are women not applying for GGI jobs? Maybe you think you're not good enough. So that's going back to part of my speech. And then for the men, I'm going back to the part of, don't be afraid, we're not here to steal your jobs. The best person, independent of his gender, will get the job. We just want to make sure women get an equal opportunity and an equal chance to get the job. So, this is where I'm starting to round up. Thank you for being so patient and allowing me all this time to speak. I also want to make a reference to the Women in Climate Change walk that took place on the World Environment Day 2 weeks ago. I heard it was a great success, a lot of sharing happened, and a lot of new ideas formed for the walk. So special thanks to the organizers for the walk as well as the participants. I also want to say a big thank you for all the volunteers that are helping us today and also helped us during the walk. Today could not have happened without you. So to summarize what I'm trying to convey today into 3 points. 1, we need to acknowledge that climate change affects women and men differently, and that the role of women and men in addressing climate change is different. If we start there when we're planning, when we're budgeting, when we're implementing, we can make a change, and we need to do better. We women need to stop holding ourselves back, be confident, take a seat on the table and speak up. Apply for that dream job. 3, men and organizations in the room, please be allies for your female colleagues, friends, wives. There are so many more things I wanted to talk about, but I felt already last night when I was writing that I couldn't steal more of your time. So I only want to say thank you for listening to me. And please, I'm very informal and approachable. If you want to come and chat to me, I will be here almost the whole day, so come and find me, and I'm happy to share more of my enthusiasm with you on the topic of gender equality or women in climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dagmar. Another hand of applause for her. I feel like walking to you right now to tell you something. Yes, just allow me to invite my colleague from the National Planning Authority who will be taking us through the next panel. You're welcome, Madam Elizabeth Kevirunje. Let's welcome her.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, the Commissioner for Climate Change, for those advice. And thank you, the country representative. I hope I'm more confident now with your work. And I hope we are all confident. And the ladies sitting behind, and I mean, please, it's better we be in the first seats. Let the latecomers sit behind. That would be the good procedure for all of us. Thank you. I'm here to moderate the panel. My panel, it will be led by even the Bible verse, the book of Ruth. The way Ruth kept with her mother-in-law, and he advised the mother-in-law. The mother-in-law advised Ruth, you go and get married. But the mother-in-law, Ruth refused, said, no, I'll stay with you. Wherever you go, I will go with you. Despite that climate change. Remember, there was climate change where they were. Famine was a lot, but they had to stay where she had to keep with her mother-in-law to nurse her, to do everything with her. As a woman, we have to be that strong to know that we can do anything despite any circumstances around us. And we always multitask. And at the end of the day, when they went, the mother-in-law also advised, go on in the field and have the field to get something. And there he got Boaz as stewards of what we are doing. You find that you are there, you are doing something, and in that something you have a blessing, and you're even incurring the climate change, because at the end of the day, the mother-in-law never saw famine again, and she never saw famine again. So as a woman, as a mother, as a mother-in-law, as a sister-in-law, as a daughter and a wife, let us embrace this climate change, because we are also change of agents. We can mitigate and we can adapt. I'm Kevirunje Elizabeth from National Planning Authority, and I will be the moderator of today. And may I call my panelists? First of all, I'm going to call Samantha Namanya, who will tell us a story about how he has engaged women in climate change. And Andrew Pine Kintu, who is our Boaz today. You're welcome, Andrew Prince. You are going to tell us how. And Agatha Ankunda from Renewable Energy, who is also our Ruth today. And Susan Nandudu, our Naomi, because he's going to tell us. Ruth Nandudu? Susan Nandudu, who is our Naomi today, who will tell us where we shall get those opportunities to mitigate and adapt to climate change. You're welcome, and I want to give you 1 minute opportunity to introduce yourself such that the audience may know you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. My name is Samantha Natumanya. I am a forestry project officer working at Fair Ventures Worldwide. I'm also currently pursuing my master's in environment and natural resource management. I'm glad to be a panelist here because I'm a woman in climate change. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Andrew Prince Chintu, and I'm a Programs Development Officer for Youth Leading Environmental Change. And we are glad to share our story with you from an environmental perspective, and one which we have pioneered a change in climate for the good of our society. And I'm glad to be on this panel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Agatha Nkunda from the National Renewable Energy Platform with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And I'm also the project lead for Women in Renewable Energy Association Uganda. And we are looking at how renewable energy can contribute to the mitigation of climate change. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Susan Nandudu. I've worked with civil society for close to 17 years. So I think I should say close to 20 years. I carry several hats. I head a team with the African Center for Trade and Development, and there we host a number of knowledge sharing platforms, which we like to call conversations, and climate change is one of the core topics. I am also on the board of the Climate Action Network Uganda. Since I have a minute to introduce myself, I also mentor with Project Girls for Girls, where we empower women and girls to lead. So I was really happy to hear the remarks from Dagmar. Thank you.
Thank you, my panelists. I'll begin with Susan Nandutu. As you've spoken, you are mentoring women, you are doing that, and you are our Naomi today, because you are mentoring girls and girls on how to generate money and the trade, and even in issues of climate change. How can it be resourceful? How can we get those opportunities? How can we tap from those opportunities such that we find that we can get way out, either by making something good that we can sell, or even for our food security as women, because as mothers, we need to feed our children. So where are those opportunities financially, and even seated at home? How can we do that in line with climate change?
Is this working? Good.
Yes.
Okay. I had prepared alongside a different question, but now that you ask, I will reflect and share some thoughts. But first, we are recognizing women in climate change, and allow me to recognize a change maker, a climate activist, a community mobilizer, who for a long time has caused change in a community in Tororo. Her name is Constance Ocolette. I met her in Copenhagen in 2009 during the Conference of Parties. Yes, she's over there. She was wearing our traditional dress, the gomasi, and she was walking around the Conference of Parties to the UNFCCC, speaking about women in climate change back then. I have taken so long wanting to visit her community, and I was privileged a while ago, close to 2 months, to visit, and I encourage you to visit her. And it was so heartwarming to listen to the stories on the ground. Before I get to your question, Constance has caused change over I think it is transformation, over the last 15 to 18 years. She was concerned about the challenges in her community that included food insecurity, very high levels of domestic violence. This domestic violence where a woman is beaten because she has served cold food. Okay, I've not experienced that, but it was so heart-wrenching to hear that. The level of environmental degradation was so high. What did she do? Dagmar said, we are change makers. She convened 12 friends of hers and said, look here, we have a big problem, but we can't solve it individually in our homes. How about we convene, come together as village health teams who are used to educating people to start talking about our challenges and finding solutions. What did they do? They agreed to it. Each of them went and mobilized 30 women. And she says, though that group, its foundation is conversations. They meet on a weekly basis, and they have done so many things. They've talked through their problems, they've found solutions, and part of those solutions is to network, go and mobilize knowledge, come back, share it, and implement it. That network is now close to 1,000 women. And those 1,000 women have influenced their men. They no longer beat them. Those women no longer hand their hard-earned money to the men. They are defiant enough, in a good way, to use their resources for the betterment of the household. Why am I drawing a spotlight on Constance? It is because each and every one of us has a solution and can do something where we are. Now, you asked me about the opportunities that we can tap into. I know that we have really a diverse background. Many people are coming from different parts or centers of influence. I think that's exactly where we have an opportunity to start with. What is your center of influence? And how can you recognize the power that you have in that center of influence and take advantage of it and use it? Like Dagmar said, are you using your voice? Are you taking the seat on the table? If Constance is in a community where all these development challenges converge, how is she using her space there to ensure that solutions can be found? Maybe she is not the person who is going to mobilize the climate funds to bring the solution to her community, but maybe you are seated in a center of influence where you can tap into climate funds. Yes, climate funds, climate finance, a very big and complex topic, is being discussed. There are several windows of financing, and mostly we talk about those that are within the United Nations Framework Convention to climate change, which I must say are normally way above there for most of the ordinary women to tap into. And so for you who is at the grassroots, I would encourage you not to waste or spend too much time figuring out how to tap into the Green Climate Fund. Maybe you should be speaking to Dagmar or the development partners who are here about what you are doing, and then together we find inroads to be helped so that Dagmar can tap into DCF, and when the finance comes, you too can tap into it through GGGI, GIZ, or whatever. But there are also numerous foundations, small grants that are available to tap into. I will end with the awards. It is good that the Women in Climate Change has, the inauguration starts with awards. That's a great space to recognize women in climate change and men in climate change. And because we are in a decade of action for the SDGs, many of them are coming up. And our development partners, you are encouraged to create more of those so that we can recognize more people and allow people to process what they are doing and apply and win. There is currently an award at the global level, which I'd encourage you, if you have actions on the ground by the Global Commission on Adaptation. They're putting a spotlight on locally led adaptation. Please apply, please apply. There are so many on the internet. Utilize these spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. And hope you've learned something, that wherever you are, in class, in office, everywhere we can change, without money or with money, as she has shown you how our mother has done it. And even together we can. You move alone, you will move faster, but you will not achieve. But if you move together, we shall do it, and we shall tap in all those resources. Thank you. Now, now I'm going to Agatha, our Ruth. From the environmental perspective, Uganda is still challenged with continuous abuse of natural resources, especially forests, whereby these rural women, and us women definitely, we go to the forest to collect firewood. We still go there to collect any other things, but mostly the firewood, the fuel for energy, which is disturbing to our health. Definitely, as a mother who is pregnant, sometimes you find she's carrying a baby, she's carrying firewood, and she's going to cook. As someone coming from renewable energy, how can we help these rural women at parish level?
All right, thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Uganda, the highest usage of fuel is from biomass, and that's charcoal and firewood. And if I might say, from my opinion, and I believe from most of other people's opinions, it's not sustainable for us, because it affects our climate as much. And the innovations, we are looking at having innovations come through to solve this issue of sustainability when it comes to biofuels. This is why we advocate for women to come in now, because it's a male-dominated sector, the energy sector, and we are looking at if it's affecting us the most, why aren't we the ones coming up with solutions in the first place? If you look at the generation of biogas, you realize we still have a problem of storage. If we can solve that storage, the issue of storage for biogas, then we can take away the issue of having to depend on firewood and charcoal as our energy source. So I think we should think in the lines of being innovative as women and joining the space, and not leave it to only the men. And I think that's what I would suggest. That is different from what I was to talk about.
For that rural
is just
woman,
my opinion.
because for us here we can go and buy the solar, go and do everything, but for that rural woman, how can you help the rural woman?
The projects that come in, they're like credit financing, partners with the Ministry of Energy, and these partnerships offer credit financing for these equipments and these technologies. So it's in our place to always look out for these opportunities. They're within our circles. And mostly I would encourage partnerships and associations. You can only know about them when you're attached to a certain network and a certain group of people. And you always have these associations in your circles of influence. Now, if we are talking about clean cooking, that's where that lies. You can look at UNAC. UNAC is an association that brings together all the clean cooking companies.
Thank you, Agatha. Now our Boaz. You know, you helped Naomi, you helped Ruth with climate change. So, Prince, tell us how you as a young generation, as a male character, how you can help the girl character, the woman character in this climate change era with the effect of food security with that.
Okay. Thank you, Moderator Flavia. First of all, as an organization, Youth Leading Environmental Change, to first respond to at least what Agatha has said, Youth Leading Environmental Change, we have on-ground offices in Soloti, and we have been leading the Clean Environmental Initiative project. And in this project, we have implemented energy-saving stove construction. And majority, if you go now in Soroti district, you will find that most of the people in that region have shifted from using the Philistone cooking stove to an energy-saving stove, which uses less firewood. If you move in Soroti, you will find that now most of the people are adapting the energy-saving stove construction. It is courtesy of the project we are implementing in that region, and that's how we have been able to help the rural women in those villages. They are adapting very well. It is a project that has been running for now up to 3 years. We are on ground in Soroti, and we are working to promote the environment, the clean initiatives, and it is doing well. If we go to statistics, you will find out that this project is implemented in schools and in communities. Because in schools, we can't teach so much concerning energy stove construction. So we go to the communities neighboring the schools, and we teach 40 community members to do with energy saving stoves. And among the 40 in all the 20 communities, you will find out that in our statistics, close to 70% of around 800 community members have implemented the energy saving stove construction, and they are adapting very well. It is something that is reducing on deforestation and greening Soroti City, and because mostly women are the ones which are at home, they do the cooking, and in Soroti their culture is that a woman works more. The women work more in that region of Teso, so you find out that most of our projects have been embraced by women rather than men because of their cultural setting. So you will find out that in Soroti, majority of our projects have been embraced by women because of the cultural setting in that region. And I believe it has been of a great impact to women, most especially the rural ones in that region of Soroti district. Thank you.
And thank you very much for supporting the women and even for saving their energy, looking for firewood up and down, moving, and the healthy part of it. Thank you. Samantha Natumanya. Women normally are rated with climate change and food security. And food security is in terms of food availability, food accessibility, food utilization, and food system sustainability. As a woman who is in the village, with all the climate change affecting this, they are affected with their income. Income in such a way they don't have income because they harvest and sell, but now they don't harvest. And even they don't have money to buy food. As a youth, how can women be actively engaged in green jobs such that they get that money to buy for themselves food and even to make the world green?
Thank you very much. Maybe to briefly talk about the space of women in climate and how we can harness the space to engage more women to create jobs. I think it has been evidence that there is an increasing number of women participation in the green sector. As you can see, all of us here and the speeches we've heard from the different people talking about their organizations and the representation. However, it's still to note that most of the sectors and the lead roles in these sectors, in the green sectors like forestry and agriculture, most of these are still dominated by men leadership. And so it brings me to the point that I wanted to make. My point is, what is hindering women from accessing these green job spaces to create more jobs or opportunities for more women, or especially the women in the grassroots communities down there? So for me, I would say the hindrances that we've observed, like limited land access, limited finance access, maybe the social biases that are around the education system and the job market. Already, all those are limiting factors for any woman who is not in the few of the numbers that we are seeing rising to these job spaces that we are currently occupying. So if we can address these hindrances, let's say for the limited land access, if we, the women in these spaces, can create an enabling environment where the women who do not have access can tap into the women without access can be able then to tap into the opportunities that are around the green jobs. For instance, in land access, if we could push for gender enabling policies that can loosen up the land tenure systems for women to also have access to all these earth-based sectors. For instance, agriculture, forestry, most of these are energy are dominated by the masculine gender because women are presumed not to be capacitated enough, maybe physically or even maybe in our capacity to implement these projects on ground. So if we could try to stop these hindrances, like for instance also the financial access that is limited for these grassroots ladies, maybe come up with microfinances, maybe come up with soft loan schemes that we can avail to these women who are not with us here. Maybe that way we can also enable more women to participate. Maybe also the other way would be if we could look at improving technology, giving more women access, all ladies, young girls, to STEM access. This would also give them confidence to reach out to the technology sector. As we've seen, most of the panelists are working in the energy sector. I think most of the energy sector is still dominated by male positions, male figures taking on the position. So if we can take away all these hindrances, i.e. try to build the physical capital. So the physical capital in this sense would be the land access, the financial access, the technology access, and then now we deal with the mental capacity that would be creating awareness, sensitizations, and educating people in different societies so that you saw someone shared a story that women in sorority are very hardworking, but then the gender sphere or the gender inequalities put it in such a way that women do not have a lot of power to say out or go and reach out to these spaces or take part in these projects that are being implemented in the different project areas. So if we can take away all these barriers and then avail if we can avail the physical capital and avail the mental space for these women to be recognized out there, and especially for us who are here, the women, I'm talking about the women who already have places in the different departments, places in the different civil society organizations. If we can push for policy reforms, if we can push for gender balance, if we can push for the mental capital, then and only then can we give a platform for most of the women who do not have access to all these capitals for them to be able to get these jobs. Thank you.
As I wait for the audience to prepare itself for some questions for the panelists, I would like to go back to Naomi and ask, as she has said, you find that women don't have access to the resources they need. Right now there's change in weather, which is, I think, change in climate. We've been having a lot of sunshine, and when we have the rain, we still follow the water to the well. Yet we would be having that resource of harvesting water. So how can these rural women really access that chance of finding they have the tank, they can harvest the water, and any other activity that they need? How can they access the finances as a rural woman? Yes, I know that you've given us an example of that woman who tried to use the 12 women, but there is that woman who is alone, and he's not aware that he can move and talk with other women. How can we go to them, those rural women?
Shall I take that? Thank you for that question. I used to be naive as to think that development support should come and solve people's problems. That we should be, so we sit in boardrooms and design things for the vulnerable, for the women. I think like Dagmar, as you move along, you start to wake up to some realities. How can we help that woman in the rural area to access technology? That's a very tough question, but it can be looked at from different angles. I think that first we need to build confidence of the different people. And we may not have the time to build the confidence alone, and then they negotiate to access or even find out where to access these technologies and information. But I think we need to learn from the development work that has already been ongoing for many years and not repeat mistakes that were, that development aid has shown us to do. So, for example, in 2011, we were ideating and thinking we should take rainwater harvesting technology to a rural community in Palisa. I had never been to Palisa, especially at the scale that you're speaking about. And then I went there and found that the grass-thatched nature of their households would not really help with the kind of rainwater harvesting that we were thinking about. I think we need to have a variety of approaches of addressing this. Let us build on the development work to ensure that climate finance is effective and is transformative. For example, now I think that we need to identify communities like Constance's, where there has been investment already with influence in the community. Constance has a lot of influence on her community, and she can help that woman who doesn't know about the water harvesting technologies by being her exposure, showing her that you can harvest water like I've done, because Constance has been exposed to it and has accessed it. And she can work with her one step at a time in building that confidence. Let us save money. For example, VSLAs are working at that community level to help them with financial literacy, building that financial muscle. As a development worker, if I came and found such infrastructure at the community, it would be much easier to support them because they are together. They are working together as opposed to going to find that single woman. So we have to look at the different approaches. They may not work, but we have to test them and see that together we bring about the change that we want to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. I hope you are learning, all of us, if we are here and we are 40 and we go there and we get more 10, we shall be 400 women and we shall make a difference. Our Boas, how are men involved in that energy saving scheme? How are they helping their fellow wives? How are they helping their wives to make sure that they have that charcoal stove and any other energy saving thing that is leading to climate change?
Okay, you're welcome, Flavia. We have observed by our follow-up studies, we have conducted that men, because these energy saving stoves require manual labor, they require manual labor. For example, getting the anthill soil and the materials needed to construct the single energy saving stove. That is the issue where most men have been participating in to get the materials, but most of the implementation work has been carried out by women. You will find out that in the rural villages, men wake up very early and they go out. Those who dig, they dig, but most of them go to drink, drinking alcohol, and then they come back for food. So you find out that most women are the ones who are at home, and they are the ones who are utilizing these technologies, the energy saving stoves. So men do not take an initiative, most don't take an initiative to support them, but it's most of the women that have been participating in these projects because for them they benefit primarily. They are direct beneficiaries. Most men they only come in when there are financial benefits, because when these trainings are happening, there is a financial stipend given at the end of the day. So most men will appear on the trainings, but on the implementation, you never find them. You can look for them to follow up on them, and they are nowhere to be found, except you are coming back for another training to give them some money.
So Boaz, how could we invite these women to that training? Because if you give them even that financial stipend, I'm very sure they are the ones who will buy for you the charcoal stove. Unlike the man who will come, take the money, and will not even buy the charcoal stove. But this woman will buy a charcoal stove, save something for the food, for the babies. Okay. So how would we encourage them to be the ones to come for the training, not the men?
Wow. That is very challenging because the project is already underway and we cannot change the protocol or the project implementation plan, but we are looking for a phase 3, and for the sustainability of the project, I believe we will include the women in terms of the sustainability. Project sustainability, I think it is more so to include women, but because this project involves we teach these people in English, and some of them do not know the language, and because it is located around the school community, you find that the school community is dominated by the male partner. So that is another challenge, but we are incorporating such changes in the upcoming projects.
Maybe you will work with Susan to help you to incorporate that.
Yeah, maybe.
Yes.
I'd be happy to help.
Samantha, as a young woman, I hope you are realizing climate change with your fellow young women. What are you doing? What are you doing to curb this climate change? Whom are you helping, and what are you doing to curb the climate change? Despite being a student, you are with other fellow students. Are you doing anything to find that you are changing the climate change for green growth?
Thank you for that question. As a young woman working in a climate-related sector, I implement agroforestry projects at Fair Ventures. Here we work with the small-scale farmers. We train them about nature conservation. We also introduce community nurseries to distribute indigenous tree species, and we teach them the essence of why they should have, let's say, a woodlot in their home areas. So you've been brainstorming and asking about how to help the women in the local community, how they could have maybe access to clean energy, or how they could have more income in case more income, in case there is like climate change, in case there is a drought, in case their yield has not come out. So as a youth, one of the ways that I have reached out to the communities is through this project. We incentivize also, we give them maybe good quality seed for their cash crops so that they incorporate it in the agroforestry systems. But maybe to talk about innovation, like you had earlier mentioned, I was trying to give a background for my project because we implement mostly agroforestry projects in the central, eastern, and western parts of Uganda, but trying to talk about from waste to wealth management. There has been different innovations that we've come across, and here this brings me to recycling, reuse, and reducing. I wanted to recognize the role of women in this take. Women are believed to be very innovative, and as such, we are uniquely experienced and equipped. That way, we've been able to be good custodians of nature. You will see a woman when you go to, let's say, the field. They are not the ones, they are the ones who will come for these trainings and receive the seedlings and go back home and do the planting. But like my fellow panelists said, once the trees are grown, you'll find that the man is the one reaping away from this. So I think doing the sensitizations, but also trying to sensitize the men in these groups to allow women to recognize the role of women in climate change has been one of the ways that I have reached out to see that climate change is tackled in the projects that we are implementing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Samantha. I now call the audience if there is anyone with a question for us to go home with.
Madam Moderator, if I may, I would like to add my voice on what she was saying, especially how do we increase access for women that are in... Okay, can you hear me? Okay. How do we increase access for women in rural areas? You realize for someone that is sitting in Kampala or all the service providers of these technologies, you will not know about a woman that is in Palisa that has an issue. But we are looking, and we've noticed there is a problem where we have centralization of energy, and the basis is basically here in the urban areas. And we're looking at engaging local governments and having regional energy officers that can help us identify the challenges in those particular areas and how we can reach out to those people. So we are looking at involving more of the local governments when it comes to energy decentralization, and thus that we'll be able to reach out to some of those people. So we always encourage leaders, because the leader is supposed to be the voice of the community. We always encourage leaders to identify the leaders in those particular regional areas, identify the problems that are energy related from your people, and then let's come on the table and discuss about them. We encourage people to have associations and to join various associations, because I will re-echo the words from Madame Flavia. If you want to go faster, go alone. If you want to go very far, go together. So we encourage people to join associations. That is the only way we can have one common voice, and that's the only way it can be easily heard. So the partnerships with the local government to increase the decentralization of energy is happening, and we hope to reach as many women in rural areas as possible.
Yes, thank you, Agatha. Now I call the audience for questions. Maria, you'd help me with the microphone.
As we do the questions, please stand up and ask your question. We can have 5 at a go, then we have some responses. Thank you.
Elizabeth, thank you very much for moderating that session. Boaz has been calling you Flavia, but it's okay. Okay, let me go back to my question. My question is related to how do we harness and ensure integration of indigenous knowledge and climate change issues in our work, because we have a clear-cut line between a rural woman and an urban woman, so that we are working together, because there are some good benefits of conservation. For example, in Karamoja, they don't cut their oldest trees. It's a conserve for them in those areas. But if you look at the urban settings like in Kampala, you can count the number of trees in your neighborhood if you're not conscious of your environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll take one, then I'll come over that side and take two.
Thank you very much. My name is Adrian Musime. I also sit on the board of Climate Action Network Uganda. My question goes to Susan Nandudu, and it has to do with financing. I think the moderator posed the question about how can we help women, other groups, to be able to access some of these technologies like energy saving stoves, rainwater harvesting tanks, etc. Now, I would like you to comment on the aspect of co-financing for these women at the grassroots. Do you think that can be of help, especially if some of those women have been transformed? Looking at the example of Constance that you gave us, if those women are already in that group, can co-financing be able to help them to access some of those technologies? Please comment on that. Thank you.
Should I take two more? Three more? Then I'll be a bit fast. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Mine is a general question. Currently, Africa emits 3% to the GHA. And we have the highest rate of poverty in the world, yeah? So currently, Uganda has the East African COP that is working towards climate change. But we have the activists that are coming up to say we should stop it. So my question goes to Constance. The East African COP is helping us with climate change. Susan, sorry. The East African COP is by far improving the standards of living of Ugandans as much as helping us with climate change. So, is it hypocritical for activists to call for the stopping of this altogether, or is it reasonable for us to call better measures for handling it? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Teddy Galiwango. My question goes to Prince Andrew Chintu. Yeah, we all understand the impacts of using traditional biomass, and the health, socioeconomic, environmental impacts. And from what you've shared with us, this project is doing so well. Kindly share with us. There could be 2, 3, or 4 reasons as to why this project has managed to move on successfully, how it has been accepted, the access to clean and green cooking energy to the people, the women in Soroti. Why do you think it has been successful? This could help us in the different projects that we are carrying on. I mean, we could pick a leaf. Thank you.
So I was getting a whisper. Some questions, we have some support from the audience. We'll have chance to give one or two. Let me get one male voice, then we'll have responses.
Thank you, panelists, for that elaborate presentations. I'm called Biamoni Peter. I'm a climate change ambassador and a researcher. I just wanted to ask the gentleman from Soroti, as you have been giving us the information about how you interact with the ladies, and somewhere there you talked about the way of information dissemination, use English. In your organization, are there plans of localizing, because the problem has been data localization and dissemination. When you localize it and you disseminate it in the language that these ladies understand fully, that's the better results that you get. Because climate change is real, when you take back early 1990s, the wetland cover was about, in Uganda, wetland covers were about 15.8%. And then the forest cover was around 24.4%. But as of 2008, I think about 10 and something years later, the wetland was at 8.5%. You look at the rate at which these wetlands are being swept away. And then the forest cover was at 12%. You see the rate a half. Now that, because when you look at the trees that someone talked about, we need much to focus on the indigenous trees, not these two trees that we're talking about. Are you there, all of you, trying to sensitize the masses that these indigenous trees are the only ones that can be our savior? And then also, when you look at this, the NDC that our government activates, normally these are done in every 5 years. So I don't know whether you, most of the time, you link up, you have updates with this national NDC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let me get some support from the audience, then you take on to answer the questions as well.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, if it's still morning. I would like to respond, first of all, to a question that was given to our panel there. Something to do with getting to the local woman in that rural area who has no group. We had a project in Mbale sometime in 2015 where we taught water harvesting. Now it was that time that people had started realizing that climate change is affecting us, all of us. So we went down, taught these women, first of all, how to grow food while watering it, not waiting for the rains. So what do you do when there is no water? In case you get the opportunity of at least one rain cloud or one storm, have a pit, dug around somewhere, put some heavy polythene material, harvest that water, which you will use to water your plants later. And you will have some food during that dry season. As other people are coming up complaining, you have something to feed on, you have something that you can even sell. We had people having these eggplants, they had some of these tomatoes, which they watered using that technique. Sometimes you don't need to give them money as per se. Sometimes some things are available locally and they are not expensive. So we should go down to these people, inform them that even if you don't have the millions or the 800,000 to buy a tank, you can have something that can provide a solution. Mr. Boaz was tasked with a question on men's involvement in the SIP project. I work with him. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I also work with Youth Leading Environmental Change. We call these men up in our meetings because they have the authority over the women in their societies. As you know, in most rural communities, it is hard for a woman to do something at home without the husband's permission. So if you pull this man out of whatever you're bringing to the community, it will not be fully embraced. If the man says, do not put that stove there, definitely it will not be put there. So it is engaging everyone on board. Now the man comes in to be given information on the need for this and support the woman. As he said, the techniques require some good bit of labor, like getting the anthill soils. So this is where the men come in mostly. Our stoves are not these small stoves that you sell, though there is this other shielded type. There are these ones that are put in one place. You construct it in one place permanently where you will use it. So they will need the space. They'll need someone to help them. It is labor intensive. So this is where the man comes in. One last thing, sorry, I've taken some bit of time. A lady asked, how come this project has been successful? What do? We go down to the project area, the proposed area, have a baseline survey, get knowledge from these people. What do they know so far about the condition going on? Then we get back to them with awareness sessions on how to better this situation. Then we give them the practical bit when they understand what they are doing. Otherwise, the project would be unsuccessful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Practice makes perfect. Elizabeth, give chance to the panelists to make some responses.
Most of the questions were to you, Susan and Boaz. So you may answer, and any other panelist who thinks she has to contribute, you can contribute.
Okay. You're welcome, Elizabeth. I'm not calling you Flavia this time around. Yes, this project is called the Clean Environmental Initiative Project. It was funded by our Danish partners called Seniors Without Borders. In the first phase, this project was implemented in 13 schools in Soroti City and Soroti District. And the first phase, we worked only with schools. That is, we went in schools and established an environmental club containing 40 students with 2 environmental club patrons. And after the SIP1 project, we wrote another proposal suggesting that the project needs approval, more enhancing on it. And in the SIP2 project proposal, we indicated that there is need for involvement of the communities around the schools. Because when we taught the schools in the first phase, when we taught the children in the first phase, the students, when they went back home, their parents were not supportive of the things we taught them, but we invested a lot of money because we taught them tree nursery bed establishment, waste management, energy saving stove construction, entrepreneurship. But when they go home, their parents are green about these things. So in the SIP2 project, we incorporated the community involvement. When the community was brought on board, the students now go back home and their parents understand because they are also learned and they are also taught. So their parents are much more welcoming to the ideas we have given them. So you will go to the rural communities and you'll find out that most of these environmental projects are implemented by students whom we taught at these 20 schools. So when we calculate the total 20 schools, in each school there is an environmental club containing 40 students having 2 environmental club patrons. You'll find out that we reach a total of 100 students impacted. And from those 100 students, among these 20 schools, 2 schools are girl child. That is St. Mary's Girls, Mandela, and Immaculate Girls, totaling up to making up a highest percentage of girls involved in this project, which is, I think, the very reason why we are here, to support women in climate change. I believe that is one of the reasons that has made this project successful. In the first phase, we realized we didn't involve the parents, the community. In the second phase, we involved the community I believe in the third phase, it will be something to integrate between the two, how they could work together. Thank you.
Susan?
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for your question. And before I respond, I want to first appreciate the organizers of this conference for not offering you bottles today. That is innovation that we should all take forward. I hope there is a water point somewhere because we need to hydrate, but let's try to stop supporting bottles in conferences that we organize. Now, that said, you asked me some pretty good questions. On climate finance, you asked if co-financing can be of help to help access some technologies to women. I'll give a bit of context of what I think to that question. In the conference I attended in 2009, I remember being among the activists demanding for climate finance to be new and additional. Now, over the years, I have looked at the numbers, and I see that adaptation finance is not measuring up, and that's where most of the grants that we expect out of climate finance are really pretty much coming through. You will also notice that grants are increasingly dwindling, and the expectation that some of us had that climate finance is going to come and solve all our problems, and it is going to come in format of grants, I think that is yesterday. The reality now is that there are various instruments that we have to look at to ensure that the vulnerable are supported. Not everyone will be supported through grants. And to answer your question, perhaps we need to start to consider some options where co-financing is necessary. The other woman that we talked about that is very poor may not be reached with co-financing, but perhaps in that same community, there are some that have built their capacity and will not wait for the grant that is coming through an NGO or coming through government to reach them, but they need the technology. So can we meet that need through offering that alternative? So yes, I think that the private sector is starting to look into these options, and I think we need to encourage them to do more. Some of them are failing because they are finding communities that are not ready. They are used to decades of free things. They are not ready, and that will fail. But are we preparing others to start tapping into utilizing their own resources? So it's going to take some time for it to gain root, but it is an opportunity that we need to start looking at. And I think that Constance's community, for example, is ready because they have made significant steps forward. Now they are looking at how do we make money. They have addressed the basic development challenges, and now they are looking at how do we sustain and thrive even in the face of climate change. But I also want to add one line that projects, we have seen that projects come and go. Projects are short-lived. Projects target a number of people. They don't target everybody. How do we ensure that we reach everybody? And now we really need to see how does the government ensure that it is supportive of these technologies to be deployed where they are needed. I think, ladies and gentlemen, what I am calling us to consider is to be open-minded, not to look at moving forward through where we have been, but open up to alternatives and options. On the question of the ECOP, I am afraid I'm not an expert in that area. We have our former minister here who would give us a more intelligent insight to that question. Is it reasonable for us to call for its end? And I think I will not give a comment on that. I thank you.
Thank you, Susan. As I give just only 2 questions, one from a male, one from a female. I hope I will be gender sensitive. I would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Christine Kai, our chairperson, Climate Change Parliamentary Forum. And also our former State Minister for Environment, Honorable Flavia Manava. Thank you for coming to support us, the indigenous rural women who are here. So I only give an opportunity to 2, one male, one female. Others we may write down.
Thank you, moderator. The name is Kakuru John Peter. I'm part of JIZ. Sorry, let me take over. Yeah, stand, okay. So I just wanted to add my voice on top of Susan's voice. I got the name right, yeah. So when it comes to co-financing is a tricky space, really high tier right now within the COP sort of platform. However, there are nuances of opportunities which households can benefit from. The purpose that we have as maybe development partners at a grassroots level is to try and group women into small groups of maybe 15 to 20, and they create a small circle. That de-risks the entire group at an individual level more so. If they have different projects, they can enable themselves have access to capital. Now, banks, if you look at their ranking of different products, you find that energy appliances currently are below the bottom. So the question is, how do we now move that from that lower bottom to up the bottom? So it depends now on 2 different aspects as well on the side of the supplier. So what is the acceptability of products that we use in the energy space? Because at the household level, we need to look at the different cultures that we have. Is it that the cook stove I'm using in Soroti is going to be used in West Nile? So if you look at the broader energy spectrum, you have to look at the different technologies and then their acceptability, affordability, then the predictability of the market for a supplier. So those are the different nuances that you have to look at when you're solving a certain solution or when you're having an impact to the community. Now, it brings me back to the gentleman from Soroti. I like the fact that your project is actually working out well, but I think there is more to be done, especially involving the men. You hinted on it.
One second.
Yeah, sorry. I think that is an avenue that you can also benefit from in terms of how do you mainstream that into your program. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, I already identified with my 4 eyes. But I'll give you a chance to speak later.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Jacinta Olweny, and I'm glad I come from the district where Madame Constance comes, and I'm looking forward to networking with her in this area of climate change. Many times we talk about climate change, but the target at the moment would be really more impactful in the rural areas. Who is that person in the rural area? In my village, I am taking the village as an example. Most of the women we are looking at are those who were married off at, say, 15 years. They hardly even attained primary 5. How best would you guide or define climate change for this person to interpret it and think outside the box and think along with the strategies that are coming up from the top to be able to also influence their children, their peers, and general policies that affect them at the end of the day. And besides that, I think involving women exclusively in discussions of matters of climate change may not fully help us achieve our goals in the long run, because men have a direct influence on whatever the woman does, right from household level to the institutional levels. So involving them from the start, from the initiation of the communications regarding climate change is very key, in my personal opinion. And I'm looking at being a voice in my community. I have started it already, but I have not yet created a big impact. Every time I go back to the village, I find where water was flowing initially, that we grew up seeing and even going and catching small fish, now all you find there is sand, and the whole pathway is covered with the rice. So what's going to happen? We are saying we want, for example, to do smart agriculture, right? How are you going to irrigate when you've already killed the water source? You've cut down all the trees. Because of the smallholder tenure systems, the population is big. How best would you advise to ensure that the degradation is, thank you. But I know you understood what I was driving at.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, people who are there, because they were not questions, but they were adding up to what we are doing, we are talking about, and we appreciate you. And for the woman, you need to discuss with our country representative, GGI, to make sure that you also come out as a woman, not remaining behind. I also encourage members to keep planting indigenous trees, because indigenous trees, first of all, they are beautiful. Secondly, they have those leaves that can do transpiration. And thirdly, some of these indigenous trees do gautation. We look for water, but there is that water in that tree, and not these exotic trees do gautation. Mostly the indigenous trees. So I would encourage you, even for the beauty of it. I thank you. I thank you, our panelists, for all that discussion that you have given us, and you have given us a vision such that we become the influencers where we are going to go and be women of substance in whatever we are doing. I thank you, and I would love to take you that you go back and take your seats. As I welcome Maria, yes, please. As I welcome Maria to continue with her organization.
It's our organization. Let's take a photo and a big hand of applause for our panelists. Elizabeth, come front here. Dagmar, Flavia, GIZ head representative. Please, let's have a group photo. Honorable Kaya, let's have our photo. Gloria, I see you're running away. I saw so many of my colleagues here. Let's have this. It's a moment to share. Former Minister Honorable Flavia, please join us. Join us for this photo. I'll make sure to write the next caption. Women in climate change rise. Yeah, it's interesting here. Okay, this is our photo moment. Honorable Flavia is joining us. Let's try to move in. You know, we have the knowledge, and we are learning from them. That's why we are able to take on this legacy. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful discussion. And we'll straight away go into the award session, where we know we've recognized what your contributions have been, and now we are ready to award. Thank you so much. Allow me to invite my colleague from GIZ to take on the next award session, and thereafter we'll have Women in Climate Change read their 10 key points as we declare what we want to take on next for the next 1 year. Thank you so much. And after that, we'll have remarks from the European Union and the final remarks from Honorable Christine Kaya. Thank you so much. Please return to your seat. Elizabeth, you did a wonderful job.
I guess it's almost lunchtime, so good morning might not be appropriate anymore. So hello to everybody. My name is Gina Bleich. I'm from GIZ, German International Corporation, and I'm really very happy to be part of this very first ever Women in Climate Change Conference 2022. So this is really a great opportunity, and I feel a little bit pity for our ladies outside who have started this nice marketplace, and then the big rain was coming, so I hope they have found some shelter somewhere. So yeah, thank you very much for GGI and no, not Daniela, sorry. Now I'm confusing the names again, yeah. So Dagmar and her team to organize this wonderful event today, and we will have a lot of interaction later. We started already so nicely getting into an exchange and sharing all these wonderful examples. So yeah, climate change is a topic, and we see it, we hear it, we feel it every day. So it's not only in Uganda, it's everywhere. So acting now to adapt to this climate change and to mitigate the climate change, this is all our task and duty, and we have to start right away and every day, and even if it's with little tiny bits what we're doing. So GIZ strongly supports in all our programs, not also targeting the topic of climate change and mitigation and climate smart adaptation measures, but we also support in all our programs women and youth very much. We try to ensure that women can participate through our programs. And yes, men are also part of it. And I really was very happy to hear the examples you were mentioning, where women come together, share their experiences, and with 4 women starting talking to each other, then 1,000 women come together in smaller or in bigger groups, and it's growing. So that was really nice to hear, and I think sharing is caring, capacitating each other is happening when we talk together and find solutions together. So we can strengthen, and we are all being change agents as women, every woman at the place where she is. So we are very pleased as GIZ that we work together with very different partners and strong partners. It's the European Union, the National Planning Authority, with the Climate Change Department, where also my program, which I'm heading, is working very closely. The Makerere University here in Kampala and the Teens Uganda. So thank you for the Makerere University that we have this wonderful space here and this room, and everything is set up so very nicely. So yeah, let me take the honor and privilege to introduce the Women in Climate Change Awards. This award's main aim is to recognize outstanding leaders and activists in climate action and green growth. These awards recognize one individual per category and shine a light on women, and we have also one man, that make a significant contribution towards reducing the impacts of climate change and promoting a low-carbon, climate-resilient economy in Uganda. You are the change agent this country really needs, and there are many more out of there, and I can see so many faces, and I'm pretty sure we have many more. So these, let me introduce you to these 4 categories. So the very first category is called the Climate Policy Advocacy Award. This award is awarded to a woman who has demonstrated outstanding policy leadership at the national or subnational level in advocating for sound climate and environment policies and strategies, modeling of institutional frameworks and capacities to ensure alignment of climate change in national actions for realization of the national targets. The second award will be an Outstanding Climate Activist Award, a remarkable role in influencing climate action, education, rallying support for implementation of priority actions, and contributing to dialogues aimed at attention to the need for behavioral change to attain low carbon development and climate resilience in the country. The third award goes to Climate Sector Leadership. This is an award which goes to women in a managerial role or sectoral leadership role in transformational action on green growth and climate change. Our fourth award, Youth Innovation Award. I see so many youth here, that's also great. So this award which goes to a young woman that has developed an innovative climate-smart technology or a project to address the climate crisis in Uganda. And the fifth and last award, it's going to an Outstanding Male Champion in Climate Action Award. This one is a most outstanding male counterpart who has supported the inclusion of women in climate change and champions climate change negotiations. A total of 1,202 nominations were received for these 5 categories. The nominations were evaluated by a panel that considered, among others, the highest number of nominees per category and justification for the nominations provided in relation to the specific categories. And actually, I want to say we have 5 people here who get the award, but those 1,202 people who also came in with their proposals and their ideas, even if they have not nominated for the award, but their ideas, they still will live on and they will be implemented, so I'm very sure. So now, as we're going to hand over the awards to the respective winners of each category, I would love to get Rita here. Thank you very much. Maybe you introduce yourself a minute.
Thanks, Gina. I'm Rita Rukundo, working same organization, GIZ, under the Global Carbon Markets Project. So we're working together with Triple GI for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now, as we're handing over the awards, I hope the awards are here. I don't see them yet, but they are coming.
The team is ready to bring the awards.
Okay, then I would love to ask Mrs. Flavia Biaccheso from the Climate Change Department Ministry to come over to the stage and help us handing over the award.
And could I ask the technical team to please project the slides? Thank you.
You may come here, this side. Yeah, exactly. Wonderful. And now I would love the Honorable Christine Nakimuero Kiayo. Oh, a second.
No, just a minute.
1 minute, we have to wait 1 minute. Yeah, we have to wait for the slides first.
Great. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The technical team. Thank you. So just to say that, so this first award category, the Climate Policy Advocacy Award, had 9 nominees. I won't read each of them individually, but you can see them on the screen. And next slide, please. And so now to announce the winner of this category. Please come to the stage, Honorable Christine.
Please, you can put can stand, it's okay. So, all right, thank you. Yeah. So, let me open and take this plastic away for a second. So, this will be the award in this beautiful box. Thank you very much.
So just to mention why Christine got the award, the slide please again, sorry. The previous slide.
Let's try to move to the next slide before.
And unfortunately, they're already showing the next people, so let's pretend we didn't see that.
Yes.
Could we go to the, yes. So Honorable, just to summarize, so Honorable Christine is an outstanding leader, policy advocate, and she has been very instrumental in the Parliament, the Parliamentary Committee on Climate Change, but also particularly on the development of the climate change policy, the national determined contribution, and long-term strategies. So she really deserves this award, and thank you for all those that nominated for her to win the award. Thank you. And you may take your seat. Yes?
Yes.
Oh, just 1 minute, yes.
Before she became MP, she was also advocating for the girl child in the Climate Action Network.
In 2 minutes? Yes. This is more agenda sensitive. First of all, I greet you all in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Thank you all for nominating me for this award. I'm Christine Kayana Chimoero, Chivoga District Woman Member of Parliament, but also now the Shadow Minister for Water and Environment. Honorable Kyagulanyi Ssentamu gave me this chance to lead this other docket in the government in waiting. Thank you so much for supporting us, because when you nominate me, you're actually supporting our work. I wanted to list all those organizations that have put this together. I am very grateful for the effort. I remember when we were coming up with the Climate Change Act, I was like, let's put a provision for appreciating those who have done well. Everything was penalties. If you find this one meeting this, please report here. If you find a staff doing this, please do this. But there was no provision for appreciation, those who do well, those who do good. So thank you so much that actually you have fulfilled the first guidelines. I mean the first guideline in the Climate Change Act. We are currently requesting the minister to fast track the establishment of these guidelines. What I need to inform our ladies here, we have to cover the gap everywhere. You don't need the Gloria or European Union or GIZ or anybody to first see you that now you are representing our interests on climate change anywhere. Please cover that gap with the supervision or with no supervision. God is there to reward us. Okay? Please cover the gap. For example, when we say the most important and strong decision-making points in Uganda, which ones are they? Who is talking about climate change in the first family on our behalf? Who is there? Who is talking about climate change in Parliament? Who is there? Please cover the gap. And I want to assure you that these days, when you are, for us, we go to our people in the communities, it is now not useful to define climate change. Everybody defines climate change their way. For example, in Uganda here, we have the months in what? In local languages. The month March meant mugula nsigo, meant buying seeds. Now, if you no longer buy seeds in March already the climate has changed and the naming of the month is yet to change. I hope so. So you don't need to define anything to any farmer. They are living with it, they know it, they are experiencing it. Okay? And then we just have now, according to the word you have given me, briefly, there are laws, there are legal instruments that we are working on. We have a provision of the Gender Action Plan under the UNFCCC arrangements. Where is it? Who is implementing it? I feel that this is the right group to take on the implementation of the GAP here in Uganda. How do you feel about that? Do you see any other woman leading this other than us? I feel we are the best people. The disaster management bill is also on its way. The reviews on the national development, the national determined contributions are ongoing almost through. Let's take part. Then the implementation of the different funds that we provide in the different laws, the Tree Fund, the National Environment Fund, we are the ones to spearhead the implementation and the operationalization of this. We know where this money is going. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I don't know if I will have to see it for long. I don't know. Currently, we are reviewing the parish development model as members of parliament. And we are trying to assure them that under social services, they should not talk about repairing boreholes. It should be a comprehensive program to manage environment in the parish development model. And one of the enterprises promoted should be climate friendly. We are promoting that in the parish development model. Please ensure that you also advocate that your parishes choose environmentally friendly enterprises in the parish development model arrangement. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. No, don't leave your award. That would be a pity. There's another part so that you can put. Thank you. So, the next award, let me check on my list. I would love to call Nadia Kanata from the European Union up here on the stage to hand out the award. And Madame Beatrice, no, oh, wait, she has to introduce first.
So the next award is the Outstanding Climate Activist Award. And these are the nominees. There were 14 nominees in total. And to announce the winner now for the award, Miss Beatrice Kabihogo.
Please come to the other side. So maybe we have to push a little bit more. So, okay. So, the Outstanding Climate Activist Award goes to you, Mrs. Beatrice. Here you go. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
And so the reason for Beatrice winning the award is that she's founder of Uplift the Rural Poor, a community-based organization that engages communities on aspects related to conservation, climate change, and protective areas. So she's been part of a campaign that's planted over 200,000 tree seedlings in Kisoro district. So thank you for those that nominated her to win the award.
Yeah, as my name went, I'm Kabogo Beatrice. I like calling myself a local woman because I initiated a project called Uplift the Rural Poor. We're a community-based organization. And in this, we are looking at alternative livelihoods for the communities that stayed adjacent to Bwindi, Mugahinga, and the Chia Forest. And in these women and children, we are facing a lot of challenges concerning safe water access. So we managed to fundraise, because this was a community need initiated, to come up with alternative sources of water, because much of the water, they used to get it from the park. And as in Ikisolo, we have that polar soils where it is hard to get water, and water is at the center of poverty or eradicating poverty within the communities. And that we are able to attract funders, and apparently we work with WWF, Worldwide Fund for Nature, and I thank them so much because they have made us so visible to reach at this extent, where we are contributing safe water access in these communities, and also encouraging timber dealers whom we think that they are heavy destructors of environment to come up with a cooperative to start planting trees. And as I talk now, more than 200 acres have been planted of trees under our initiative. I thank everyone that nominated me. It was so exciting when I pressed it on my WhatsApp status. I know that there are even other people who nominated me from outside Uganda, and I appreciate all of you. One time, I'm a Rotarian at the same time. I was in Rotary, and they said, Beatrice, you've done a lot, but we have not seen you being recognized at national level. I said my recognition will come from heaven, and it has come at the right time, in the right place. I'm so excited to be part of this, and I believe we shall continue working together as women in climate change. Thank you so much.
So may I call now for the Climate Sector Leadership Award to be handed over Mr. Paul Collins Okello from the United Nations Women.
So as Mr. Paul is coming up, for the Climate Sector Leadership Award, there were 11 nominees, 11 ladies that were nominated.
Please come here. Thank you.
And out of the 11, the winner for the award is Miss Loy Florence Choziri. I don't know if Miss Loy is, yes, please. Please give her a round of applause as she comes. So just to give a bit of a background, so Florence is an electrical engineer by profession, but is the CEO of Sendea, an organization that trains women and youth on solar power, which is also a climate mitigation measure. She mentors and supports youth and women to attain better skills through resource mobilization for tuition for both short courses and further studies in the solar sector. So to hand over the award is UN Women.
Yeah.
Just a word. As you've heard, my name is Paul Collins Okello. I head the Women Economic Empowerment Department at UN Women. I'm privileged to be here, and thank you so much for GGI and GIZ for the invitation to come and hand over this award to Lloyd. Yes, sorry about that. I think as UN Women, one of our impact areas and priority areas is on climate smart agriculture, which falls under climate change. And just a quick one to say that I think as women, time is not on our side for everybody in as far as climate change is concerned. And the cost involved, of course, is huge. We need to bring women on board, especially those who are unable to be here with us. And I'm happy for those panelists and whoever is getting the nomination today for the good work they are doing. As UN Women, we are with you in this fight. And our fight is about gender equality. And gender equality is not on a platter. It is an intentional fight that we should fight for gender equality. Of course, some of you are wondering, you're a man, why are you working with UN Women? I've been asked this question several times. I've worked for women and children for the rest of my life, over 20 years. I'm here, and it is the intentional fight. We are with you, women. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep.
So please.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone that nominated me. My name's Loy Florence Chozaire. I'm so grateful that we are here as women to talk about the impacts of climate change and how best we can work on this. I've been on different forums, different workshops, international and local, trying to push and fighting for different things. I think that's why I'm appearing in so many categories. I do advocacy, I do on the side of leadership. Now, leadership is a key issue in driving the course of action. So just like Honorable has mentioned, that wherever you are, you're a leader. You can take charge in your home, you can take charge at your local church. I'm also a leader at my church for the women. I'm part of the committee, executive committee for the last, I was re-elected also. Yes, but we are pushing this, and it starts with me and you. Now, we've been focusing so much on capacity building. Why? Because whatever we are talking about now, we need capacity. We need local content. There's been a big gap of issues of local content in developing countries. When we don't have capacity, we cannot disseminate the technologies that we are talking about. So as an organization, Sendea, where I head, I started, we also have the Sendea Academy that does the capacity building. And we started this, I started this as a small proposal to support a few girls who are technicians to go back for further studies. And it has emerged into a full academy that we've trained over 250 participants since 2018. Now, on the side of women, climate change, I think everything that comes affects mostly women. Because when there are floods, for sure you'll see on the news, you'll see women, the baby on the back, there's some luggage there, maybe saucepans, what. I'm not sure, I don't remember very well how men were carrying, but women are carrying everything. When there is no firewood and there is drought, I move in different parts of the country, supervising solar projects in health centers, in schools, and when you go to the east, the effects of climate change are already biting. Firewood is no longer there. It's no longer an issue of not having food, but there is only sugar canes. And so people do not have firewood. So those are two problems. No food, no firewood. So if we go down and train the young people, the women, the youth, about these effects, maybe we can talk about things and we are at the same level. And so we are also training what you call the dropouts from senior 3 onwards in solar technology. I want to thank everyone who has nominated me. I want to thank Jaize, they are one of our main partners, by the way. I also discussed with the colleagues from GGI I want to appreciate a big young generation that is not here. I didn't know I would have brought all of them. The technicians in the solar industry, many other stakeholders that participated in this. Thank you so much. I'm happy that there's also politicians are here, the members of parliament, because they are the voices in the rural areas and would like to be, there's what we call communities of practice in renewable energy. You cannot implement alone. They talked of the men in Soroti. When you're helping the women, the men have to be there. In solar technology, the women cannot carry the batteries, but we've found means of making sure that they're incorporated in this kind of field. So I want to appreciate everyone as the communities of practice and all organizations that are supporting this cause for God and my country. Thank you.
So now, thank you very much, Florence Lay. So now I would love to have Mrs. Claudia Namande from the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, to come on the stage. Thank you so much.
As Ms. Namande is coming up, the Youth Innovation Award, if we could have the slides up. Thank you.
Just come here, yeah.
So under this category, we had 7 nominees, and the winner for this category goes to Ms. Patricia Faith Ariokot. So Ms. Patricia Faith is a climate change activist, a tree planter, and she's innovated something interesting called a boom pencil. An idea that enables tree planting in a very innovative way, and she's a very strong activist among the youth for this aspects of tree planting. So she believes the greatest weapon to fight climate change is a tree coupled with education, with tree planting education.
Yes, of course. Sorry, I just want also 1 minute to use this opportunity, first of all, to congratulate Patricia, but also say on behalf of UNDP to thank GI and GIZ for this initiative. I know Maria is so passionate about this journey. Maria, well done, and Rita for organizing this. But I also want to say from the side of UNDP, we've created what we call a Youth for Business facility. And I'm really glad that I presented this award because it's an opportunity to speak about this facility that has been created for the past 2 years that is supporting youth with small grants. We've provided youth with grants of up to $40,000 US to implement projects, climate change, be it energy, be it transport, innovations on digitalization. So I think it's an opportunity to also share with you, and maybe we can be able to encourage more girls, more women to apply. Because when I looked at the applications, I realized there were very few women. And actually, recently, we supported some of them to go for the Sustainable Energy for All. But I was tasked, Gloria, can you nominate some people that can represent us? And I was like, there were about over 10 men, and there were 2 women. I was like, whether we like it or not, one of the girls has to go for this. So we really, like it has been mentioned, let's encourage fellow women to participate, to tap into these opportunities, and let's continue to lift up each other and lift the young people so that they can be able to contribute to climate change and sustainable development. Thank you so much.
I want to thank God for making me a strong woman. I want to thank my parents for raising a resilient woman. I want to thank the organizers of Women in Climate Change Conference for recognizing strong women. I want to thank my team for trusting me, a woman, to lead. I also want to appreciate my fellow nominees, and please keep up the good work. I want to take a moment to echo that in the fight against climate change, I believe the strongest soldier is a tree. I take the route of tree education, tree planting education, because I believe that once you learn something, it's quite impossible to unlearn it. In whatever setting, you'll always hear the words, education is the key. Climate change is not exempt to that. Today, this conference shows that we are moving away from just talking about climate change to a clear and right path towards climate action. Thank you, Women in Climate Change, for recognizing the boom pencil. It's an educational tool made from a tree and planted back into a tree. Including the young is a very critical niche in the fight against climate change because we have an opportunity to shape an entire generation into creating habits that are nothing but positive for our planet. I will also not be ashamed to say that currently the biggest challenge facing activists and actors in climate change is funding, and I'm glad that some of that has been addressed today. Please, as you already consider the big and organized organizations, do not overlook us, the small organizations or individuals. We matter too, and our efforts too contribute towards fighting climate change. Because in the fight against climate change, we need all the hands that we can get. Usually I end my speeches by saying the most important thing we need as human beings is oxygen. And the most important advantage of a tree is giving us oxygen. So please go out today and plant a tree. Thank you.
So finally, we come to the last award, which is the Outstanding Male Champion in Climate Action Award. And I would love to have Dagmar from the GGI coming up the stage, please.
So the Outstanding Male Champion in Climate Action Award saw a nomination of 4 candidates, 4 male candidates, and the winner for this category is Mr. Frank Kamujisha. Frank is coming up. So as he's coming up, so Frank is the founder for EcoPlastil, a waste management social enterprise. His company currently employs over 180 locals, of which 89% are young women, directly and indirectly through the value chain. And this, in a way, is supporting them to increase their earnings from $2 to $6 a day. He advocates for financing for small-scale women-led green SMEs, offers training opportunities for women involvement in waste management. So congratulations, Mr. Frank.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I feel a little bit nervous to receive this award today. My name is Frank Kamgisha, and I'm the founder and CEO at EcoPlastil. We are a company based in Kampala, Uganda, and we recycle all kinds of plastic waste, working with youth and women to make the first ever roofing materials made out of construction waste and plastic waste in Uganda. And this company is from my personal story, growing up as a young kid in a slum community, I saw firsthand consequences of poor plastic waste disposal, with a lot of plastics littering everywhere on streets, clogging sewers, encroaching onto our homes, and remembering the sleepless nights we had draining water out of our house was one of the reasons as to why I was pushed to think about, if I cannot, step in and solve this problem, who then? And we started EcoPlastile in 2019. By then it was a project aimed at collecting more plastic, and we could sell these plastics to other companies for recycling. But working with quite a number of partners, I see one member from the UNDP who have supported us as well through the Youth for Business Innovation Challenge. We are one of their grantees. So they supported us to commercialize the production of roofing tiles and selling them to the market. And as we speak today, we've been able to sell these roofing tiles in Uganda, but also being able to sell some of these tiles in other countries like in Kenya and Rwanda. And we've been able to work with more than 180 youth and women across the plastic value chain. Yeah, I hope we go to 180,000 people maybe in the next 5-10 years. That would be a very ambitious plan. And we've been able to also enable these people to increase their earnings from at least $2 to over $7 per day. 85% of the people we work with are women, from those who collect the plastic, sorting, to those who do the production of the tiles, sales and marketing. So we're working with women, and we want to achieve at least 90%. We want to be the first Ugandan company that works with more women across the plastic value chain. What I want to conclude by saying, I know we've been to quite a number of conferences and speaking. Recently, I was in Stockholm at Stockholm Plus 50, and I was advocating for inclusion of youth and women if we are to attain the Sustainable Development Goals. I think it's high time we started acting, because we've had quite a lot of talking. We've been in quite a number of conferences and speaking, but I want to tell you that we do not lack solutions. We have enough solutions actually out there. There are quite a number of solutions, and all they lack is that platform where they can be showcased and be supported to scale. Because, like, for example, in our case, the main problem right now is scaling. Yes, we have solution, but it's working on a small scale. But we cannot achieve bigger impact if we remain at the scale at which we're operating at. So we need to also look through how we scale these innovations. And it is my call through the development partners. I know GIZ does really great work in terms of supporting development cooperation, Triple GGI, and other development partners in this house. I think what we need today as Uganda, we do not need the grants. What we need is, sustainable financing. We need financing in form of seed financing, appropriate financing, not grants, because these grants makes founders, become, grant mediocres. You want to, spend the rest of your life looking for grants, and yet if you had a solution that fits the market, the business would sustainably fund itself. So I would call upon development partners to mobilize resources, provide appropriate finance, and support small SMEs. There is no net zero without SMEs. And I want to repeat this. If we are thinking of sustainability and net zero, we have no net zero and sustainability without supporting the SMEs. Thank you very much. I feel so much humbled for this award.
Okay, no problem. And maybe I keep your box here, so don't forget it. And I would love to call Nadia from the European Union. Then we have Paul from the United Nations Women, and our awardees. So Leigh Florence again for the group photo. Flavia.
Please join us for the group photo. We want to celebrate you. A round of applause as they come through. Let's come for a group photo. So we have another 12 years to work hard to get this award again. I know so many nominations, but yes, we have the chance. Thank you so much for your outstanding performance. We are doing a group photo with our awardees. Okay.
Great. Unfortunately, Honorable Christine Kaya had to leave, so she'll miss in the photo, and the colleague from UN Women.
Let's have one gentleman escort this young gentleman to this group photo. Okay. Let's get some vibe in. Yes. Well done, well done. Wow, it's beautiful. It feels nice to be awarded. When we do great, when our friends trust us, this is what we get. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much, the GIZ team, for taking us through the award session. Well done. All right. As we come to almost our closing, we have our 10 points, our take-home messages as women. Yes, some music as they return to their seats, then. All right. I go make sure say I must collect. I get one will be my sponsor. I get one where they call me honey. One where they do me winchy winchy. She they do like patience or so. All right. I know, just left with 3 action things we have to undertake in the Women in Climate Change Conference 2022. We are presenting our action points. It will only take us 5 minutes to make our presentation. Then we'll have remarks from the European Union, who have supported us through and through to ensure that we start to implement the Uganda Green Growth Development Strategy. And finally, we'll have closing remarks from the country director, Global Green Growth Institute, for this first session. Then in the afternoon, after the photo session, after our lunch, after you touring the exhibition, we'll have our public seminar for the youth involvement in climate change. They're geared up, and we are here to be with you still. Please, as I welcome my colleague, Miriam, allow me to inform you that the Ministry of Energy, Mineral Development, between 3rd and 5th November is organizing just another follow-up activity, another conference on renewable energy. We'll be sharing these links with you so that you register for the exhibitions, just another opportunity to engage as women in climate change, all as well-wishers, all as male champions. Thank you so much. You're most welcome, Miriam, for the wonderful presentation. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Maria, for this rare opportunity for me to be able to present to this gallant congregation the 10 points that the women in climate change in Uganda would like to put forward as action points for action to all stakeholders, all duty bearers, and all that are doing something on climate change. You indicated that I should do this in the next 5 minutes, but I think I'll take a little more time. Please indulge with me. Why? Because what I'm just about to talk about is very critical for the conversation that we've had, but also for the conversation that is going to come ahead. The actions that are going to come ahead and the different actions at different levels. My name is Miriam Talwisa, and I work with an organization called Dunia Nzuri Climate Outreach. It's an organization and a network of local grassroots organizations that focus on tackling the effects and the interconnectedness of the crisis of climate change emergency, the rapid biodiversity loss, and the entrenched poverty that has been really talked about here in very many ways, various ways. I would like to first of all recognize the representative of the CCD. I would also like to recognize the representatives of development partners, GIZ, GIZ, the German Corporation, which is GIZ in other words, the European Union, UNDP, and many others present. We really thank you for coming through to support this process as a start into a long journey of action for women working on climate change in Uganda. In a special way, I would also like to thank the organizers of this event for the efforts. I know they have already been thanked, but adding a voice to thanking them is one thing that I think we should be able to do. The other that I would like to also talk about, the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen present today, I would like to first of all say good afternoon. It's already afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Right away, I'll get into the gist of the presentation that I've been requested to give. I'll give a little preamble to the statement. I had been requested to straight away go to the point, to the 10 points, but it looks like it's like jumping. There's a background to this. And to say that despite women being disproportionately affected by climate change, they play a critical role in contributing to climate change adaptation and mitigation. Climate change affects women and men differently. Women's risk and vulnerabilities are visible in quite a number of ways, including restricted land rights and use and access, lack of access to financial resources, training, technology, limited access to political decision-making. While gender equality yields greater returns to economic growth, gender considerations are less prioritized in ongoing climate change programs and activities. Unlocking women's potential to take charge through knowledge and capability presents an opportunity to craft effective climate change solutions for the benefit of all. We also cited a few institutional frameworks and climate change actions that are there in Uganda, notably the Uganda National Climate Change Policy that was formulated in April 2015, that accordingly led to the institutionalization of the Climate Change Department under the Ministry of Water and Environment to oversee the implementation of climate actions. In 2021, in the year 2021, Uganda also developed and enacted the National Climate Change Act that provided for a platform and environment to respond, to participate through a mechanism, an institutionalization, an institutional coordination, and implementation strategies for climate change action, and to foster climate change financing. Lastly, is that the government of Uganda has also recognized climate change by incorporating it in the third National Development Plan. Sorry. We therefore declare as such, recognizing the prevalent impacts of climate change in Uganda and the urgent need for immediate action to mitigate the escalation, acknowledging that Uganda subscribes as Party 2 and the importance of the role of the Lima Work Program on gender and its gender action plan in advancing gender equality and women's empowerment in the UNFCCC process, aware of the importance of the National Climate Change Act 2021 on gender action in advancing gender equality and women's empowerment, demonstrated through its recommendation of gender mainstreaming of in climate change action. Now, the women in climate change make a call to action with key points to implement climate action in Uganda. And as such, the women in climate change hereby call upon the climate change stakeholders in Uganda to, 1, prioritize women's issues in climate financing through increased planning and budgeting in local and global facilities, such as the national and subnational budgets, the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environmental Facility, the Adaptation Fund, the NAMA facility to amplify women's involvement in climate action. Embrace and program for women responsive interventions in the implementation of action plans for national development, particularly supporting women participation in district climate action plans as detailed in the Climate Change Act, and to ensure that these are gender responsive. Enhance women's participation in the development and implementation of the framework strategy of the Act on climate change in Uganda as a way of supporting its responsiveness to such realities that women continue to face, and one of them being food security, income security, security of livelihoods, security of tenure, and unpaid work. The strategy, therefore, must direct investment towards action that mitigate, reduce, and also help create adaptation to the damaged by disasters, which in most cases are women. Enhance the resilience of women against climate change effects through investment in reduced vulnerability. Next, which is number 5, mobilize women to utilize their unique knowledge of community dynamics and skills required to enhance the efficiency and sustainable response efforts. Providing women with information presents economic and social benefits, contributing to climate change and long-term viability. Yes. Likewise, the involvement of women should be from the onset of project designs, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. In other words, looking at the whole circle, not just at the review or at the beginning, but all around the actions or the programs and projects that are being put forward. Extend support. Next is extend support to women's investment and business to stabilize livelihoods and minimize the reliance on the natural environment, such as waste to energy enterprises. These have been actually talked about, very good initiatives, to offset the high energy costs, investment in solar-powered irrigation systems, and securing land rights that enable women to conserve the natural environment and engage in sustainable and climate-smart agriculture. These have variously been referred to and talked about in the earlier sharings that we've had. There should also be increased attention to women's education and training requirements to ensure women transition to non-climate reliant enterprises. This speaks to exactly how women have always been looked at as first point contacts with the environment, which in most cases, due to limited alternatives, find themselves, ascending to the resources, natural resources, forests, swamps near them in search for food for their households, their children, and their families at large. So offering alternatives in form of enterprises would shift that practice, that dilemma, into having women coming through as very critical actors and agents of change in their communities. Next, is to facilitate and increase the number of women negotiators in climate change negotiations and talks, and their participation in decision-making processes and platforms such as the Conference of Parties. A multi-actor participatory and decision-making process for mainstreaming gender can help expand the range of actions and the deepening the extent of integration needed for inclusive action in climate change. And I think this speaks directly to the Gender Action Plan. The Gender Action Plan provides for facilitation and support to women to be able to sit at the table, for women to be able to interact and engage such processes, very high-level processes for engaging on climate change and climate action. And women, as critical actors, therefore, should be supported in various ways, including financing, including capacity. What happens at COP is a high-level kind of experience. So the capacity in terms of training can, in one way or the other, help to build the capacity of women to comprehend, but also to be able to make meaningful contributions when it comes at that level. And I think the Gender Action Plan within the Lima work program and the UNFCCC, the convention, sets out very clear provisions and areas in which women can be able to participate or be supported. Lastly, support an annual Women in Climate Change and Climate Change Conference, like the one we're having today, to continue recognizing the role of women in climate change. It is an opportunity to push the climate justice agenda while building the capacities of nationally, regionally, and globally in participating in climate change leadership. And at this end, I think we need to once again congratulate our nominees and the awardees for the work that I've done. This work in a special way needs to be supported, not just now. It shouldn't really end here. The recognition should be seen to be facilitated, should be seen to also bring about, to inspire other actors that are working on the ground. I would like to first of all request my cause to introduce themselves, and then I would also like to mention that this work has been contributed to immensely by quite a number of women actors, the ones that are online and those that are offline. And in a special way, we thank the Secretariat, supported or fronted or with the leadership of Madame Dagmar and Maria that has really ensured, facilitated this to happen. So this, in other words, has been signed to by all women in climate change for Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I welcome everyone. Thank you so much, the organizers of Women in Climate Change. Thank you so much, the Triple GI. Thank you so much, GIZ. My name is Sharon Natkunda. I am one of the nominees. However, I congratulate those that have managed to win these awards. Thank you so much and congratulations. I work with Look Solar Limited, and I'm one of the exhibitors outside. With renewable energy, solar panels. Please, after this, I invite you to come and see what we have brought for you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Asha Wandulu, and I'm a climate advocate and a woman in climate change. I was also one of the nominees under climate advocacy. Thank you so much for nominating me to all those that did, and congratulations to all the winners. Thank you.
They take on next year when I... Thank you so much. Allow me to invite Nadia from the European Union for congratulatory remarks, and just about when we get to almost the closing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nadia, and I'm from the European Union, and I've been very happy to be here the whole morning and listen to the different parts of the program, and I swear I will be very fast. I know that it's already late, and lunch is just around the corner. In general, and women in climate change. So I will not look at them, I will not mention them again. I will just mention a study which I found quite interesting, which was analyzing what happens when you have more women in parliaments, both at national level and at local level. It's a study from 2019. And it is shown that the moment you have more women representing in national parliaments, you lead to have adoption of more stringent climate change policies. This is analyzed across the globe. And same thing at the local level, when you have women participating stronger in the natural resource management, you have a better governance. So there is really a direct link. And more you have this type of studies coming out and showing that women are not half of the sky, had Thomas Sankara, my favorite African president, said in 1983, but they are also necessary in moving things forward. So we are not only half, we are a critical part of the change. And this is proved more and more. Now, when we look at this, we say, okay, I represent a development partner, and in my organization, I work on issues of green growth, climate change, environment, and many other. But when I look at those, we say, okay, you are a development partner, how can you support this? First of all, is by putting issues of climate change, green growth, or what we can say a sort of green transformation at the core of what you do. So already give priority to that. And for example, since 2017, we have really adapted our strategy in Uganda to include the concept of inclusive green growth as one of the key priorities of our work. So we have the inclusive, we have the green, we have the growth. Based on this, it gives us the strategy to use to be able to do more. Then you trickle down in how you do it. So for example, we have been selecting some critical projects, critical sectors where, for example, not only the environment is highly affected, but women too, like forestry or charcoal. And then you analyze, we run gender analysis of those two sectors, and we said, okay, what's the role of women? And do they benefit at the same level as men? And you realize that, for example, in charcoal, women are fully integrated, but on doing things that have less income coming from it, less satisfaction, and much more health hazards, for example. So you're like, okay, then how do you address it? There is a problem, you do a program, how do you try to address it so that you have a good impact on the environment, on the health, and on the role of women in the society? And this is why I think that a very important concept that always comes out when we are designing programs is to have deliberate actions. I have heard very often this morning the problem of using gender as a cross-cutting issue. It is indeed. I think even on our side, we are very often asked to have a section cross-cutting issues, gender. And then you do your thing. You say, okay, we will integrate, and we will have women in the training, and we will have women as a beneficiary. Yes, wonderful. But it's not a deliberate action. So that's the step forward. So, for example, in the charcoal value chain, we call sustainable charcoal value chain program that we have, whose idea is to transition to something else, but by formalizing the sector, a big targeted part of the actions is on women. It's on women to have them play a better role, better remunerated inside of the value chain. Another example is all the work, and I find very interesting what Frank from Ecoplastil was saying, because another key role is the one of the SMEs. So for example, you develop a number of access to finance tools that are tailor-made to promote green investments and green economy, but in the way of doing it, you particularly promote companies that involve women, not only at the end of the value chain, but for example, in the management of the company or in some critical managerial aspects of the work that the company needs to do. So these are all ways. I just want to share this because I think it's important also to share a little bit how we try when we design programs with our partner to have this deliberate action approach, which is not always easy, but that in the end, I think it's more satisfactory for everybody because you can much more assess the impact of what you have done, and you have incorporated it from the start of your program instead of just doing it as a cross-cutting issue. So I will not speak more, and I really want to thank a lot GDGI, GIZ, for organizing it. I want to thank all of you for participating. It's my first time in Makerere, so I'm really happy to be here. It was a chance also to visit the facility, and I really wish you all the best. Thank you.
You know that music is intentional, they know. They know, okay. We are coming to our final remarks. Please let me invite Honorable Munava to come and give us our final remarks. The music will not do us bad.
It's so easy.
Then after, we'll have our group photo. Feel free to take as many pictures because you're going to keep this for 12 months before we come back for another conference.
It's so easy.
Good afternoon, members of parliament who are here, the development partners, the organizers of this conference. I'm really delighted to be here. I came as an exhibitor and I did not expect to be given this high profile position of addressing you, but I'm delighted to be here. I'd like to thank you for this very innovative conference. I'm told it is the first of its kind. I want to congratulate the organizers for raising such, and also the innovativeness of the supporters, financiers, for supporting it. I'd like, at this point, to just acknowledge my daughter, Flavia Riekwaso. I introduced her to climate things. She was my personal assistant, or special assistant, and she finally managed to make a career in it. So I'm really very, very delighted and very proud of you. My name's Munava Flavia Nabugere. I am a lawyer by profession, and I have a Master of Philosophy in Law, but based from a woman's perspective, where you put the woman at the center of that profession. I've worked in all the arms of government as a minister, as a member of parliament, as a judicial officer, and I've lectured here in Makerere, Gender and the Law, Gender and Human Rights, and Gender and Violence. But today I stand here as a woman, climate change advocate or activist, and a farmer growing bamboo. That is what I chose to retire on. Bamboo is a forest, but it also has a forest of opportunities. It has so many innovations, enterprises, and today I'm pleased that I'm able to showcase what we are doing. And for energy, for women, I have grown bamboo myself. I use it for firewood. I'm making charcoal. You will see the charcoal. And then out of the charcoal, or the energy value chain, you do the briquettes, you do the gas, you also get vinegar, which also has so many other things, including cosmetics. So you will see even jewelry, everything. So I'm an entrepreneur who is doing the talking as well. I talk and do. I've planted. I had a little bit of a challenge at first. I had to defeather myself because I've been everywhere and in every place. So I had to a little bit go under to be able to grow something new. And now I'm heading Uganda Bamboo Association. It has about 400 members, over 400 members. And we are working on promoting bamboo. What is really disturbing me is the vulnerableness of women, vulnerability.
of women. You tell them to do something as simple as planting 1 or 2 plants. And she tells you that, but I understand it will bring snakes. And because of snakes, she cannot plant. But really, as human actors, we interact with snakes, we interact with animals, we interact with nature. Sometimes you want to teach them to do something simple out of it. But then they're like, my husband will not allow me to participate. So we have all those intricate things that have to be addressed. But at the same time, when we are addressing from the grassroots, which is more impactful, you showcase, you address the people who are around you and you change their mindset, you find that you have no support from above. Because somehow, someone was talking about the E-Corp. The E-Corp is one of those abstract entities that sit and consume too much money, which money does not trickle down to what they are talking about. So when people start arguing about stopping it, I think they have a point. What are you talking about up there which doesn't reach the ground? I used to have an opportunity of talking at the climate change conferences there. And I tried so much more to bring in a grassroots aspect where we have so many hands degrading the environment and very few talking about it and earning a lot from it and nothing reaching those who are degrading. So really, I've just digressed. I've been invited just to say a few words at the end of the story. I would like to appreciate all of you for coming to grace this function. And I believe that most of you have come, either you are doing something about climate change or you are saying something about it. But you can get money out of it like I'm doing. From seedlings, from bamboo, from ecotourism, because I keep on talking every day to people, and I can charge them, although I have not yet decided to charge them. You can make all sorts of goods. So please, I invite you to my table out there, see what we are doing, see what a woman can do. I am now driving what I call a multi-billion-dollar potential industry. And I believe that before I go under, I will see those billions coming to women. So I'd like to say thank you so much for inviting me to say something. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the Women in Climate Change Conference 2022. Thank you, Honorable Flavia, for the closing remarks. I'm really grateful that since 7 a.m. we've been here, and now we come to the closing of the conference, but we still continue to dialogue with the youth and girls. Thank you so much. We have group photos here. We can do it in smaller groups, maybe groups of 10, you walk out, so that we have everyone in this photo. We are going to share on social media. We have our team from GIZ and GGGI EU helping us to do the communication today, and Kadanke Media House. Thank you so much. It has been a wonderful session, wonderful speakers. My name is Maria Chiza from the Global Green Growth Institute. Expect quite a lot from us because we are going to continue the conversation. Thank you.
It's so easy.
Yeah. And yes, take your photo, but the lunch is ready for you. I think we are just right on time. I'm checking with the organizing team to see if we have to really distribute food coupons. But yes, everyone is welcome to lunch. And let's have some photos. Photos with people who have been awarded. It feels nice to be close. photos. We have the exhibition. I'll continue with the talking throughout the lunch. Please bear with me. I just closed the conference, but I didn't close the talking. Okay. Just to remind us, we are here to amplify the voice of the women in addressing climate change, climate risks, and our vulnerability. So the youth, please stay behind after lunch for the engagement. And my colleague, Patricia, has the coupons. It's just a formal requirement. Please pick a coupon and join us for lunch. Make sure you safeguard your properties.
Prima Birungi, Joanita Babirie. Are they here? I also need Kelvin, Joshua. Please step forward in case you're around. Let's be patient a bit as they come through. I'm sure they are concluding their lunch. They should be with us. Welcome. Alex, welcome. Prima, Kelvin, welcome. We're only left with who? Prima. As we wait for Prima to come, the DJ give us some soft music, because I will not invite an important person before all the panelists are here, unless we agree that we move on. But we need her as well. On my list also is a gentleman from GIZ. He should also prepare to be here with us. DJ, music as the people come. The Guild team from Makerere University, prepare also. When we start, I'll call you through for introductions. On my list is the Minister of Gender Ethics and Integrity, the Deputy Prime Minister. My prayer is that you're around, the Guild Speaker, and the Guild President. Just in case they're outside, maybe someone can alert them. Because of time, I'm thinking Prima may have to join us later. We could start the session and Prima joins us later. The Guild team, are we ready? Okay, we'll start and they will join us later. Good afternoon, everybody. Your moderator today for this afternoon session is Murekatete Chantal. Murekatete Chantal is a media personality. I work with Nation Media Group, and I'm also very passionate about climate change. I'll take you through the afternoon session, and I hope we enjoy it. This afternoon, we are going to interact with our youth. We are going to speak about several topics about the youth and what affects them, and what we think could be done to solve the problems they have, how the youth are involved in climate change, and what is the future of the youth in regard to climate change. I'm going to invite a very important person. If I make errors in pronouncing the name, forgive me. She's the country representative of CCD, and her name is Dagmar. Welcome, Dagmar. Welcome.
Thank you so much. The pronunciation was fine. My name is Dagmar Zweber, or Dagmar, and I'm the country representative of the Global Green Growth Institute, or GGGI, based here in Kampala. I would like to say thank you for all the enthusiasts in the room who stayed after, oh, sorry, your phone. Who stayed after lunch, and I hope the panel will keep you alive and awake, because the time after lunch is always the hardest time for panelists. So I wish you good luck. No, I just want to say a few words, because I gave a very long speech in the morning, and I really don't want to repeat myself, but I want to angle this afternoon's remarks towards the youth. And I don't only want to focus on the youth in climate change and your future, as was just mentioned, but also the role the youth plays in addressing the gender gaps, which was the topic of this morning. Because it's very unfortunate, and I'm not going to shame any individuals, but when we speak to the older people around us, the more senior people who have been doing their jobs for 20, 30, 40 years, it's very hard to change their mind. Let's be honest. A lot of us, senior people, people in government, they think, or we think, let me include it to not make it personal, we think we know things best. We think that the way we've been doing things for 20 years is great. Those are the people we're trying to convince, but are also the hardest to convince. It will take us a lot of energy. While you, the youth in the room, are already out there making a change, and hopefully going to make a change for the next 40 years to come. And you will grow into those positions of the people I'm trying to convince on a day-to-day basis. So now I think our job, as everybody in this room, hopefully, is that we can be aware of the differences between men and women when it comes to climate change. For those of you who weren't there in the morning, when I speak about the role of gender in climate change, I do not mean women on the receiving end, or not only. Of course, the women are the ones that are the women and children often who are in charge of cooking, who are in charge of collecting water, and in charge of a lot of tasks that are influenced by climate change. So when we introduce new technologies, especially, for example, cooking technologies that lead to mitigation, yes, the women will benefit from those technologies. But we need to move beyond looking at women as beneficiaries. And we need to make sure that when these opportunities come, and when value chains in related to climate change technologies come, the women are not just on the receiving end, but they play an important role in, I call it active agents of change. They play an important role of making that change. I think we had a good example by our award winner this morning. I'm not sure if he still falls in the group of youth. I think so, Mr. Frank. Where his company is working with 180 women, of which I think, I forgot the number, but 90% I think was women. So the women are making a change in the value chain of waste. And I really hope to hear the speakers today on stage, but also the comments and experience from the people in the room, to hear how you are making sure that there's equal representation of both men and women. I'm not saying at all you should you know, women are superior or more women should be represented. No, the only plea I have is to create gender equality and to fight for equal opportunities. I'm really looking forward for the next generation to do this from a beginning and not changing that 20, 30 years into the company. So I think for now, I leave it at that. And yes, I need to leave a little bit early, but until then, I'm really looking forward to the experience of the room, but also to hear about your mission and vision of where you hope to be in 20 years' time and how gender equality plays a role in that, besides the already existing issue we have of climate change, which we cannot escape. So thank you everybody so much, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Dagmar. And may I also invite the Makerere Guild President team to come through, greet us, and then we can proceed with our session. You're very welcome. May I also, they're supposed to be four. Let us all come. We shall introduce ourselves. I'm going to give you just about 5 minutes to introduce yourselves. Say a word to us, and then we proceed.
Hello, everyone. I need to push this down. I already prospected that coming because of my height. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm honored to be here. My name is Melissa Faith Ampomoza, and I'm serving, or I've been serving, but still serving as the 87th Deputy Prime Minister. And before I move forward, I would first let my guild president, my dear boss, speak.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shamim Nambasa, and I'm the 87th Guild President of Makerere University. We're supposed to be 4 of us, but I think some had moved out. And basically for me, it's the point of having women in climate change or appreciating the role of women when it comes to issues to do with climate change. And I've been part of so many panels, but even the first time I got invited, I got people asking me, so what is all this about? What do they mean? I mean, since when do we start to bring issues of gender into climate change? And I told them it's important that we appreciate at the end of the day that women are going to be most affected by the issues of climate change. So we must take lead in fighting or defending and putting forward what is important when it comes to our role as women in climate change. But most importantly, I'm very glad that it comes down to we, the younger women, we young women, how do we then play or take part in issues to do with climate change. And I want to appreciate all the organizations that have made this possible and made this happen. And we want to inform you that as Makerere University, we are always open. Our gates are open to you anytime, any day. Whenever you feel that you need us to be there, we shall be there as the women and also the men of Makerere University in playing a role in climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our guild president and your deputy, the vice. You said incoming or outgoing? Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you very much. DJ, please, let's... DJ. Thank you very much. I think we should just go straight to our session. This afternoon's session, like I told you, we are basically going to look at the youth involvement in climate change. We shall look at green entrepreneurship. We shall have case studies. And then we shall also talk about our future opportunities. Today, with us here, I'll introduce one by one. They will stand up. Okay, they don't have to stand up. Maybe raise their hands so that we can identify them. We shall have Wamakota Alex. Welcome, Alex. We are just from lunch. Joanita Bavidie. Welcome, Joanita. Luyombia Kelvin Joshua. Welcome, Kelvin. And also Prima Birunji. We are going to learn a lot from them this afternoon. My target is that we should be out of here by 4. We should be done by 4. Because we've really been here since morning, and we appreciate that you have kept here and you want to learn from us, the women, and also learn about climate change. Today, the morning session spoke a lot about climate change, women, climate change, and women, and involvement, the men's involvement in climate change. We've all heard that. It's now time to hear from the youth. The youth being a backbone of the country. If we don't have the youth, I don't know whether I'm also still in the docket of the youth. If you don't have us actually, then we don't have the future. So if the youth are affected, if the youth are not empowered, then I am not certain that we have the future. Our youth are very much involved. You saw here awards, people won awards, and we also had a youth award. Clearly, it implicates that the youth have a big, big role to play in regard to climate change. Climate change affects all of us. It affects the youth, it affects the women, it affects the men, it generally affects everybody. There's a lot of unemployment. The youth are crying of unemployment. Much as the climate is also being affected, the youth are crying also. So, what do we understand from that? What do we learn from that? I will go straight and I will ask one of our panelists. I'll ask Wamakota Alex to share with us about green entrepreneurship, green job creation for the youth to reduce employment in Uganda. What is your take about that?
Thank you. Once again, my name is Alex Wamakota. I'm a youth, first of all, and I'm a Guild Minister for Estates and Environment in this institution. Green entrepreneurship, to me, how I understand it is how best we can utilize nature and all environmental problems to get opportunities out of them. And in regards to opportunities, I mean employment opportunities. We've seen people doing baskets out of nature materials, and they're substituting them with plastic baskets. So to me, green entrepreneurship is how we acknowledge the fact that we can use nature to get employment opportunities and see how we can evolve ourselves as youths and fight the lion in the house, that is unemployment.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And I'll also ask Joanita to also share with us how we think the green growth model is a solution to most of our problems as the youth.
Thank you so much. My name again is Joanita. I work with Girls for Climate Action, and we are putting young women and girls at the forefront of climate action because we've all been speaking about their vulnerability to climate change impacts. I mainly work with grassroots, actually, and what we are doing is trying to use their knowledge to create things. I think when it goes to green entrepreneurship and the green growth model, I feel it's a very essential thing. It's a very essential model in trying to change or have the transition that we are all looking for. I hear most times we're talking about the just transition, and we are bringing, these communities that we are forgetting all the time into perspective, but we end up speaking about this. So when you talk about the model and green growth and circular economies, how do we bring the indigenous knowledge of both the youth, the women, the young girls, but also adolescents into perspective in whatever we are building when it comes to green growth? And also, I think there is a bit of the green growth conversation can be there, but we all know it's actually expensive, right? So me talking to a woman in a village to do something, okay, you tell them, we can actually make cook stoves, and all they'll tell you is, I want to get a machine to sew clothes, right? Now, this woman can actually afford this, but they can't afford the other. So if we are trying to, push for green growth, we need to support more in regards to climate finances to make sure this really happens, to center the experiences of these people at the grassroots level, their realities, their knowledge and information, but also breaking down the science. We normally go and speak the science, climate change science, green growth. So they're going to create something, and after that they'll tell you, Joanita, where is the market? And you also feel like, okay, there is actually no bigger market because we have not yet, as also people, embracing green products. We are not supporting the different green initiatives. I train also entrepreneurs and innovators, but most times it's very hard to get, for example, a university student in engineering is doing things to do with automotives. But then you're bringing them into the perspective of, okay, how do we reduce fossils? How do we make sure that this happens? And the person is going to give you very big amounts of money to get stuff done. And then at the end of the day, you've ended at just giving them the knowledge, but without finances, it's not gonna go further. And that is why I think most of the young people just end. We just start, and when we start, I think in the morning also, someone was mentioning, we can't scale, we can't grow, right? So we need a bit of more push to get where we want to go with the green growth model, centering realities, centering experiences, and climate finances to push the different innovations out there and make, contribute to the green growth and just transition. Thank you.
We've all heard from Joanita, a youth. Thank you very much, Joanita, for your comments and your submissions. I will now go straight to Prima. Prima will share with us. We've heard that there are very many examples of green jobs. I'm sure we've all heard about green jobs. These green jobs are under small and medium enterprises in Uganda. Is there a way you can enlighten us about those green jobs in Uganda? Could probably take an opportunity of them. Did you get the question right?
Check. Could you repeat the question?
Thank you. I said, we've had over time that the youth have opportunities in green jobs. There are several green jobs that we can benefit from. These jobs are under small and medium enterprises, just to be specific in Uganda. Could you please share with us and highlight about the examples of those green jobs that you think the federal youth and ourselves can benefit from?
Thank you so much for the question. I think that that question puts us at a place or a question of whether it's the youth that have to start these green jobs or they are moving into initiatives that have already, started things like these, things that are are protecting the environment, or things like these green jobs. And part of the whole system really rotates around this thing that I like to call ecological civilization. So these kinds of green jobs are jobs that recognize that first, we need to reap out of the environment as the human race. It is something that we feed from. However, those kinds of jobs are jobs that realize and understand and focus on the idea that whereas we need to get something from the environment, at the same time, we need to protect the environment. So whatever kinds of jobs are in the realm and realization of ecological civilization, of the ideas that, while yes, maybe we want to make, we don't want to cook using wood, firewood, and we are making briquettes. So if we are making briquettes and we are, protecting the environment, it means, again, there is some place that from the environment still that we are getting material to make these briquettes. Now, if we are making briquettes, how do we then harmonize the fact that we are getting something from the environment? We are literally sucking something out of it. How do we then put it back? So I think such an initiative is an example of what a green job is. But again, like I said at the beginning, it goes back to the question of, is it the youth that have to start these green jobs, or are they moving into initiatives that have already started? If it's that, then they need to not get there for the money, because at the end of the day, we want to solve unemployment. So if someone is getting into that job because they just need the money, they don't have the idea at the back of their minds. So again, we are still not solving anything if they are there for the money. If they are there and they are the people that are pushing the initiative, that's something else, and that's greater. And that, again, now transforms back to the capital, that they need to, push these initiatives. So either way, if they are starting these initiatives, it's them that need to be, helped and financed. If they are getting into establishments that have already been put in place, they need to understand the vision behind. So if they don't understand the vision behind, it's not a green job, it's still not helping us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. We've all understood, and I think we have to accept that much as we want to rally a lot on the already existing opportunities, as the youth ourselves, we also have an opportunity to create our own jobs. I want to believe that it's not about finding an opportunity that is ready for you. It's about using the opportunities that surround you, probably to create a job. My fellow youth, let's not wait for the opportunities that have already been created. Let us look at where we have an opportunity to create our own jobs. Like she spoke of briquettes, and this is knowledge that if we go together and we learn about, even a youth in school can surely be able to. That is a job itself. If you are doing briquette, for as long as something earns you a coin in the pocket, I want to believe it's a job. Thank you very much. I will go to Kelvin, Joshua. Kelvin, my question to you is more or less related to hers. However, it is going to be very much attached to the cities. We have heard of city this, city ginger, city where. There are very many cities this time around that the government has tried to create so that they widen our opportunities as the youth, so that we have a wide range of activities to do. They are trying to do a bit of job creation. So my question would be, what are the opportunities of the youth in these cities to contribute to employment creation or finding employment? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question. I think creation of cities gives an opportunity to many of the youth to explore very many opportunities. Because let's face it, most of the climate solutions that we seek for are going to be utilized by people in cities. For example, it's very unlikely that people in the village will take frequently bottles of soda, plastic bottles. But in cities, the dropping of these bottles and utilizing of these bottles is at a higher rate. So it is mainly in cities where we see people actually having these unhealthy habits that tend to destroy the environment. But it is also in cities that we see people who are looking for climate-sensitive solutions. So let me give you an example. The Ministry of Agriculture has been talking about urban farming and creation of cities and incorporating people to do urban farming. You cannot differentiate urban farming from climate change. So we can have youth tap into things like urban farming. And for example, if you're having people keeping cows in the cities, they're going to look for places where they have to dump their wastes. they will need to get these wastes out of their compounds where they're keeping these animals and so forth. How then can you use many of these waste products use them to turn them into money? And usually when we are being taught in economics, agricultural economics, I remember our professor told us that, you see, we value gold because we have been told it's, let me say, worth $1 million US. What if you're told that a kilogram of animal waste is as well worth $1 million? Wouldn't you take it up? So we need to deliberately channel these youth, equip them with the knowledge, and allow them to be able to take up these opportunities. And there are very many in urban farming, plastic recycling, briquette making, because again, utilizing fuel. For example, the question about fuel and cooking in the cities, people want safer ways and cleaner ways that they can actually use. So it is you can easily get someone in the city to use briquettes than someone in the village who will be using their firewood. So I think youth can be can be very creative and can utilize well in these cities, and they can flourish in green business.
Thank you very much for your submissions, and very well submitted. I hope we have all heard and learned from him. He talked about there's a lot of waste in the cities. Much as the cities are coming up, and most of them have already been there, there have been several challenges of waste management, and he insists that these wastes, especially plastics and many others, can be used, can be recycled, and several other products can be made from those recycled materials. That is personally what I picked from him as a take-home, and which I think is true. And at the end of the day, it creates an opportunity for the youth. Thank you very much for your submission. I'll go back to Alex. Alex, I have something I want you to engage us about. It's not really technical, but it is a thought. What kind of avenues do you think the government should put in place to promote meaningful engagements for the youth in climate change and innovation? And because we want to all be good citizens, these will foster good citizenship. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's kind of a good question to someone like me, more so in a political office. The government has come up with various programs to help the youths. We are all hearing of the parish development model. Sometime back we heard of youth livelihood programs. Then there are those youths that reach out to ministries with projects and they want the ministry to help them, finance them. But now the problem is there is limited investments in green entrepreneurship by the government. That even when they are talking of the parish development model, and the government understands how pertinent climate change is, there is nothing like a special consideration for people that are having green projects. Because at a certain time, someone is going to come up with a project and wants support from the government, and the government is not going to take into consideration of the repercussions of that project towards the environment. But then, maybe the other is going to come up with a project and it's environment sensitive, but because there is no priority in the discussions, there's no priority in who takes, they have not drawn lines on where priority is. Now that is being our biggest problem, that yes, we have very many organizations that are sensitive towards the environment, that are ready to pick up people with their projects around and innovations around climate change. But then the responsiveness of the government and the Ministry of Water and Environment towards them is limited. We are even not sure whether they are supporting people who are coming up with green projects. if they are there anyway, they have to be telling it out to the public. There must be massive sensitization. So what I think is government should come up with these programs that are entirely green in nature and call upon the youths that have projects. Because the truth is, one scholar said the future of the forest is not determined by the number of big mature trees in it, however, the young ones. So the future of Uganda lies in us, the youth. And we believe the youth, this bracket of our age, it's the time where our minds work best. So there is no time you can say we are calling upon youths with the projects around climate change and around the environment, and you don't get these projects on table. Youths will come out, but government has taken such opportunities for granted because it's an opportunity that youths are thinking. Uganda is a country where you find very many youth have not gone to school, but they have thought of something to evolve themselves, even when they are not funded by maybe the government or any other organization. How about when the government sets up some budget aside and thinks of funding projects of the youth that is around climate change? I think it will be a good initiative. However, there is also much need to strict laws around governing these finances, because over time we've seen government budgeting for money to go and help the youth in doing some things, and we don't know where these projects end. I have very many friends of mine that have lost trust already in parish development model before it moves out there. So this government in specific needs to look so much into how finances are managed before they reach out to those youths. Are the youth really going to receive the finances? Yes, when they receive it, is there going to be a big follow-up? Because there's also a mentality by the youth that government money is free money, and government money, once your project runs, you find that the officials are telling the youth, so long as you've gotten the money, it's okay. So there is also need for massive follow-up by government in case such opportunities are put in place, that really what the person brought in the project proposal is put on ground. Because when they are put on ground, they don't only employ themselves as people. The projects employ more other people. So we fight a bigger lion, which is unemployment, through that. Yeah, I've had students here. We had a student in the 85th called Sinan Chitagenda. He had a project around waste management. Good enough for him, he was picked up by an organization, but not government, and today he's employing over 100 youths. We have also a student on now called Dagan Namulinde. She has a project as well. She has just started it around climate change. So I believe if government puts up avenues for these people to shine, indeed they will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's unfortunate that our Honorable Member of Parliament is not around, but I'm sure the message will get to her, because issues of the parish model, there is no consideration for the youth, there is nothing for climate change, if she was here. But I pray that our message goes to her. Thank you very much. And I'll now go to Joanita. Joanita, as a university, I've actually also gone through this university. I wish to understand from you about the academic system of Uganda, of the country, from the lower level up to university and even more than university. These universities teach us a lot of things. We learn very many courses, we learn very many things. How is the academic system of the country connecting us to climate change, to support climate change? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wish I was an academia, but interesting question. So I'll be referring to the work that we've been doing in regards to education, mainly climate education, because if you ask me the education system in Uganda, it's kind of broad. I want to bring it down to climate change education. So when you look at all of us, while growing up, even if you have a sibling at home, if we know something about climate change, we are going to tell them, this is happening because of this. So there are two different forms of education. Sometimes we do formal, where we go to school and they teach us science, SST in primary. And then at home, when something happens, I'll tell you about also some myths that are happening in communities about climate change. Old people are telling children that storms are coming because someone in the village died 56 years ago. And the person was the one helping to stop the storms. Ever since he died, storms are coming. Now, these are like myths that are supposed to be, put straight by us people that, understand something about climate change and educating them about what is it exactly and what we can do about it. Now, I'm bringing it into different perspectives. One is formal and informal. So when you go to formal, we are not really in our education system, we are not doing things practical. I think this is a conversation that has happened over and over again, how we are being a bit more theoretical than practical, how we are not relating to the reality, how we are not touching base with reality. And when we go to schools, we are making education fun, climate education fun. Some national schools are open to give us an opportunity to educate children for 30 minutes. An international school is giving us 2 hours for the every week they expect you for 2 hours. A national school is giving you 30 minutes, right? Now, and these are really dedicated, the international schools have dedicated their children, and they want them to know about the global perspectives, climate change, what they can do about it. And our national schools, we are more into SST science, and then SST is also going through the process. I don't remember anything at the moment about SST, but I know a lot about climate change apparently. I wish they taught me this from P3. Now, the way we are educating is making education fun as an organization. And we've tried to push in all our global statements, pre-COP, post-COP. During COP, I ran into a minister to just show them as young people, this is what we are advocating for. How can we make sure we have climate change education really implemented in schools? And the thing is going to be, we shall work upon it. The next time you push, you get tired as a young person because you're all over the place, right? So I think one thing is to understand why we need to treat climate change with a lot of urgency, and also putting the children, the young people at the forefront of all our decision making, be it in the education system, be it in the health system, political spaces. Can we center the future? Can we center children? So we go on also educating as young people. In case there is no table, in case there is no chair, can we bring our chair in that national school and make use of those 30 minutes to actually make our national school children to understand the context and know, the urgency of action. And I always want to say I'm an advocate for civil disobedience sometimes, but I want children to kind of get angry in a positive way, to kind of also make sure things are done. Because as an external, I can't do a lot, but if they tell the teacher, please, we have to have this, maybe it can happen. So we need to change the way we educate. We need to, it comes from the system itself, because for us, we are doing something. All young people here are doing amazing things, but they are not scaled. We are not in the system. We are not dismantling the system that is holding us captive, that is holding the future generation captive. We need to know that children need this, communities need this, and also language. I want to talk about language. Climate science is English, to be honest. And for us sitting down with women and children and youth to kind of make sure in the agriculture they are doing, you know, this agriculture they are depending on a daily. One day if we get a climate shock for the whole year, the whole country is down. That's like this. I'm not here to, you know, prophesy doom, but this is the reality. And if we don't tell them the science in bits and very, very simple language, we might not achieve so much, because they are the ones giving us the food we are eating at the moment, but they don't know what's happening. We are speaking English. They don't know. So how do we make sure that, break down the science, make sure the curriculum is in the system, implement policies, engage young people. As you're drafting the curriculum, how can we engage young people that have different innovations? I've seen young people, you know, bringing video games in classes to make sure that children are playing with plastic, but just to know that plastic is not good for our cities. So children can change, because for behavior, it has to be education and simplified education. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. I wish we could have many of these sessions. Thanks to Triple GI for such an arrangement and your partners. And I'm very sure we are online. The link was shared everywhere. I want to be certain that the stakeholders in this, the decision makers somewhere, are listening to this, are hearing us, and they're also picking a few, one or two from this. I would like to recognize the presence of the Minister for Gender. Is she around? Is she still around? I am told that you want to leave. You're here. Thank you. We need several of these sessions. I'm personally learning. I am asking questions and I'm learning. So it is the way to go. Triple GI, I wish you could really do this quite often. Prim, COVID came. It hit all of us so hard. The youth, the non-youth, the elderly, everybody. However, COVID could have had some opportunities, because COVID time was a time of, you must fight to survive. You must survive either by social media or by what, but by all means, you had to survive during the COVID time. What lessons did you learn, and what lessons do you think the youth could have picked through those very hard times, those very hard moments? What kind of innovations do you think they could have picked or learned from there that we can use today? Probably what wasn't there then, and that we think if we adopted would help make us better people, create employment, not forgetting climate change as an issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. COVID was, I feel like it was such a reminder to humanity, a reminder for the very things that we never used to pay attention, to. And some things happened coincidentally. For example, because cars weren't moving, there was a very high decrease in, the emissions that were in the air. And that, I feel that was just a coincidence. On a more personal level, during COVID is when I personally got to learn about things like ecological civilization. And this is because there was so much that was happening online. Very many tools were free online. There were very many courses you could take online. There was so much information that you could get. There was so much awareness that people could pick. And because a lot changed during COVID, even how we dispose of wastes changed and all those kinds of things. And personally, I found it so hard to throw away things that I knew were not going to decompose. Because again, during COVID, if you have a service that picks rubbish from your home, it wouldn't come as often. So that means that you had a more personal relationship with wastes in your home. So that for me became an opportunity, because then I decided that if I can't throw a tin that I've used, I can use this tin as a pencil holder. So I started I had material fabric, that African Ankara material fabric that I started to wrap around these tins and make designs out of them, because it hurt so much for me to throw them and I would see them after 3 weeks, I would see them after 2 months, they weren't going anywhere. So I feel that COVID brought us very much closer to the environment. It brought us so much closer to things that we did not know, to things that we did not recognize before. Charcoal became expensive. Even like the very things we use became so expensive, so we had to find other ways to cook or to get this, to get whatever we needed to use to cook. That became an opportunity. Even just from plastics themselves, I have an amazing friend who makes beautiful earrings from COVID out of plastic, and you wouldn't know these are made from plastic. So because COVID took away an easy access to money, it also sent us to a place that makes us think. Because COVID brought us closer to waste, it made us start to think, how do we dispose of this waste? How do I become a better person? For me, it brought me to a realization that this planet is not given to us by our forefathers. It is something that we borrowed from future generations. So what kind of planet do we want to hand over? Because we borrowed it, we have to deliver it back. It's not our planet. So for me, that brought me to a realization, and it taught me so many lessons. I was able to take part in international speech competitions about climate, about a shared future, and it opened me so much to opportunities and to other people that were dealing with these kinds of things. So COVID gave us a platform. COVID opened our eyes. COVID took away things that came easy for us, so we had to think, how do we still survive, but surviving while recognizing that this planet, this environment, is not ours. We simply borrowed it from the future. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. Some of these things on it need hand claps. Can we clap for her? I remember COVID time, my house was so busy. Needles, threads, boxes, scissors were so marketable. Every corner you'd find a scissor. Every corner you'd find a cut box. People made photo frames. They didn't want to throw away any waste. For everything they had in the house, it was an opportunity for them to learn and explore and So for us, the youth, I think we pick lessons from there. Thank you very much, Prim. And finally, I'll go back to my neighbor here, Kevin. Kevin, on several occasions, the youth have cried of unemployment, and indeed unemployment is there. About 7,000 students are available for job opportunities. And I can assure you, 30% of them are qualified from institutions, masters in this, degree in this. They are very well qualified. But the place they are going to look for the jobs are not there. So the youth end up getting desperate. They end up getting into drug abuse. I don't want you to quote me, but it's a fact. I didn't say everybody, but some of these problems are self-created. Drug abuse comes in, and it affects almost everybody. So the unemployment does what? Remains. What kind of advice would you give to our youth? Or what kind of measures do you think can be put in place to reduce and mitigate this? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. That question is one of the lions in the house, but I think you even try to massage it. The problem about youth unemployment is too big. We have unemployment, we have underemployment, things like this. You find someone who is overly qualified for the job and all that. But since this afternoon we are talking about climate change, and specifically women in climate change, I want to draw back unemployment to climate change and the women participation. So the fact is we have unemployment and we have students that we send to, okay, let's talk about the ones that have the privilege to access education. Someone goes through primary school, secondary school, they come to Makerere or whichever university they go to, and they are done as a graduate. I think that is where we miss it from. While I was in senior one at St. Mary's College, Kisubi, we had clubs, like for example, Junior Achievement, where I got to participate at a very young age in my senior one. And coincidentally, the project we were dealing with was about climate change. It was about turning plastic waste into solar bulbs. Later, the project went on about 3 years later to win very many awards with National Water and Sewage Corporation and things like that. But the fact is, climate change has a lot of opportunities to create employment for people while solving the problems we face. But there needs to be deliberate effort, first of all from schools. As my colleague has said, there are very many schools that only look at education. So they're not going to provide the youth with the skills they need to be able to transform most of the challenges they face in the community into solutions. You look at a typical Makerere going student interacting with most of these things. I'm a student of agriculture, and I think as a university we could do more to ensure that students who pass through this institution are actually equipped with a hands-on, with the skills to be able to create these opportunities outside there. There are very many, and I can assure you, we had a conference here about 2 weeks ago, and the guest speaker said we need to break false narratives. We need to tell our youth out there, and I tell my brothers and sisters in the audience and myself, that very many people have told us that there are no jobs outside there. But I can tell you we can create these jobs. We need to be deliberate. If government or the university is not willing to give you these opportunities, GI is actually here to give you those opportunities. All the people you've seen outside exhibiting, the people we have here in the audience, occupy certain spaces here and there that can help us to maneuver through the systems and can help us to be able to create. As the colleague here said, we should utilize a lot of information that we get. We should be deliberate about changing our lives. So if you say, for example, I'm a student who offers agriculture, and we have an issue, let me say, with disposal of wastes, with people in cities who are practicing urban farming. How can I use the knowledge I acquire in biochemistry in class to be able to transform these, let me say, into fertilizers, into charcoal, and very many of these things. And this information, colleagues, is available. It's available online, it's available in the library, and all these things. So I encourage all youth, actually all people who are here are a representation of youth who are deliberate about acquiring information and the opportunities to enable them to create employment for themselves. But as well, as I conclude, I request that people who sit in decision-making boardrooms should be deliberate about providing information to the students. We're reading a book about how South Korea transformed itself from a third world country into a first world country. These people were deliberate about what their youth were consuming and what their youth were actually doing. So if you have a government that says that we should be deliberate about the information we give these youth, they will come and help us. I'm telling you, very many students outside there, in very many schools, do not get the opportunities that some of us get, let me say, while at SMARC, to have time to do co-curricular activities, to have time to, let me say, get access to resources. So government should be deliberate while making these policies that target. It should somehow direct the youth into acquiring this knowledge, and ultimately I think we can be able to solve the problem of unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. A big hand clap for our panelists. You have done us proud. You have talked to us, you have talked to yourselves, and you have talked to everybody. You have spoken to the world. Now, we are going into a Q&A session. I'm going to request my co-host to come and take a microphone. Any questions, one or two, to our panelists? You can be specific to any of them, or you can choose to ask a general question. Thank you. We have a few minutes to go. Let's have 2, 3, 4 questions.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Mine is a general question. I think any of the panelists can answer it. In your different spaces and your different work. Thank you. How are you influencing the youth in policy formulation and implementation to be viewed as major stakeholders and not merely as beneficiaries? It has always been that way, just viewed as beneficiaries, but not viewed as major stakeholders to participate in climate negotiations. So how are you maybe advocating for that?
Thank you. Was that question directed to someone or it was a general question? So our panelists, whoever can take up that, note it down and you'll support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Mine is a concern. I understand agriculture contributes to what is happening to us now, the climate change, because it said that currently 19 to 29% of the total greenhouse gas emissions are from agriculture. I hope that is right. And agriculture is being done in local communities. It is mostly practiced by youth and women. But unfortunately, I haven't had many programs that are targeting the youth upcountry. We could look at them, the married women, because some of them are married, get married in the adolescent stages, and they are the ones who do the farming. They are not taught about smart agriculture. He's my colleague, I'm an agriculturalist, I'm a nutritionist. They don't know a thing about it. So I would want to hear from any of the panelists, what plan do you have or what recommendations do you have for such a challenge? It's a serious challenge. Triple GI, come on board and at least do something about it. At least in the community where I come from, I'm an advocate for smart agriculture, but I don't see a lot of interventions coming from organizations like yours in my community. I don't know about other communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. We shall probably take recommendations from our panelists, and if there's anybody from GGI, Triple GI, because she asked, what plans do you have? So GGI, you could also think of maybe talking to us about the same. Thank you. Proceed.
Okay, I'm Chungus Gilbert, an agriculturalist here. My question is directed to Alex. In his response, when you asked him about the investment on the resources, available resources, to increase on the income, he said that we should depend on nature. And yeah, even we have been depending on nature. But now as we speak, the population of the country is increasing. And we are depending on nature. There is high increase in reduction of forest cover and distribution. And also, as vegetation and its distribution decreases, to my understanding, it will have an impact on climate change, which will also increase the risk of land degradation. So our country, we are depending on agriculture. How are we going to go through this process of degradation and climate change? Maybe, could you be having some sustainable goals which will allow us to keep in production without affecting the nature? Thank you very much.
Thank you. One last question.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. My name is Nambi Invaela. I work with an organization called CD. And my question will go to both the ladies, Joan and Prim. As we are trying to transform from the national planning, it's the NDP 2 to 3. We can't forget to speak about the gender climate change nexus. And as we are transforming to that line, I want you to tell us what are some of the impacts of climate change on access of sexual, reproductive health and services to women in particular, but not limited to only the urban, but also the rural women. Thank you so much. Maybe also to Alex, as you were talking about the youth involvement, you know, we have been pushing for youth involvement politically and socially, and you realize that we've had positions created for the youth in the parliament. But I want to know what have been some of those notable benefits that we have gotten from now the youths that have come out to represent us in the line of climate change and in any social aspect. Thank you so much.
Wow. Let's first take those ones, and then we see how to proceed. We'll start with the question that was asked to the general panel about how agriculture contributes to climate change issues. Anybody to take it up?
Sorry. Okay. Yes, you see, we are in a tricky position. Even whereas statistics show that agriculture partly contributes to climate change, for example, greenhouse gases, it is undeniable that we cannot stop eating meat. So, as the person who asked the question suggested, the missing gap is integration of the knowledge about smart agriculture. And I'm going to just cite one example. A clear change in the food you give your cows, or even the durations with which you give it. For example, you're giving it the same food, but the intervals that you're giving it, let me say you're giving it, instead of giving it twice a day, you're giving it 6 times a day. That alone is going to cut down it's going to cut down the production of methane within the what? Within the cow. So you're cutting down already on the what? On the greenhouse emissions. But many of our farmers do not have access to this knowledge. So we should be deliberate as people in government, as people in these positions, or as scholars, to bring this information outside there, because it is only science integrated in agriculture properly that is going to be able to ensure that we have sustainable agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The other question was also a general one, which was asked by Susan Koptumwa about the recommendation, about the programs that are taken to the villages, and there are no programs targeting the youth, especially the agricultural programs. Anybody to take it on? It was also a general question, recommendations of what can be done. She said the youth in the villages are not supported in terms of agriculture. The projects that are taken to the villages. Thank you.
I want to think that his question actually answers it very well, because it's in regards to how do we make sure the knowledge is accessed. Because if they can't access the knowledge, then it's going to be business as usual. So how do we, not as us here, as all of us, how to make sure that the knowledge we get is also seen in the villages, and young people that do not have access to this space can also gain from it. I think for me it's the knowledge transfer and dissemination of information, but also how do we make use of the offices at the local government to disseminate this data? Do they even know the data? So how I think it's a thing of dissemination of data to reach that young person. And I think it's a mandate for all of us who have access to education, know about climate science, to really support these young people in the villages to make sure that there's a system change at the local level.
Thank you. It's our responsibility to disseminate information, to spread the news to the villages, to the village youth. Thank you very much. Joanta and Prim, you had a question to respond to about the effects of climate change to reproductive health. Thank you. One of you can take it on.
Thank you so much. It's something that's been said and heard that whatever society that we have is a result of women. What that means is that the kind of men we have, the kind of women we have is as a result of how they were brought up most times by their mothers. So that's why I think that in whatever policies, women should be, they should be helped, or they should be at the center of policies when these policies are being made. When we look at the nexus between climate change and reproductive health, we've had the problems, for example, that we are facing with reused sanitary towels that are disposable. Those things they don't decompose. Those things are not being used the right way. Because first of all, they are expensive if you measure them according to how much we are earning or how much people earn in Uganda. So what you find is that a girl will have a very light flow, but because after the recommended 7 or 8 hours that, for example, ORAIS says that they should wear the sanitary towel, because her flow is heavy, she'll wear it for longer, and guess what that does to her reproductive system. So there is a massive move, and I'm in partnership with some of the projects that I'm doing, working with the current Miss Earth Uganda, and we are advocating for sanitary towels that are environment friendly, that decompose, sanitary towels. So what I'm trying to explain here is that much as it might be hard to see, there is it's not even a thin line, there is a huge connection to our reproduction and the environment. You wouldn't believe how high temperatures would affect your reproductive system as a woman. People don't have this kind of information because it is not something, even when you just look at our budget, these things are not the center of the focus of our government. So that line has to be drawn, and people need to understand how to even, if we are advocating, for example, for sanitary towels that are environment friendly, because the ones we have, you either have to burn them or throw them badly. When you burn them, the gases that come out of those are not healthy. Just merely throwing them, they will not decompose, and still they are going to harm the environment. So for me, that's the line. And what then we need to do is, again, sensitization. We need to break it down so good that it doesn't look like a posh people campaign. Because in some communities, you'll be telling people these things. And I mean, I earn about maybe 5,000 a day. I'm earning from my hand to my mouth. These things look like a posh people campaign. They don't make sense to people. So we need to break them down so good that people are able to let me say, jump onto the bandwagon, because that's the line in which we need to be moving. Thank you.
Wonderfully put. I think she deserves a big hand clap. Thank you very much. Alex, you had 2 questions to respond to. I wish you do that, and then we see how to move forward. We have a few minutes. We're already a few minutes past 4.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The first question was, someone asked how much we are going to depend on nature okay, what I picked out is how much are we going to depend on nature when we are talking about green entrepreneurship with the rising population growth rate? Yeah, I think we have to first of all acknowledge the fact that population growth is normal all over the world. One, we are not going to kill the elderly, and we are I'm a Mugisu, you're not going to go to Bududa and Imbala and tell a man that produce one child. So, however, there is a way we can check this population. It is automatic that a Mugisu of my age at home has 3 kids if he or she has not gone to school. But now me, I don't have. So one of the first ways to check the population growth that is still affecting or resulting into climate change is that when we go out there to our villages and we meet those boys that are still in school and have thoughts of dropping out, we have to first of all empower them to stay in school, because it checks on population. Because once we leave them to drop out, the next thing is going to be marriage, and then kids, and the next is going to be encroaching on the environment. So when I talked about depending on nature, there is no way we can discuss green entrepreneurship and we do away with nature. Because almost everything we think about in green entrepreneurship is available by nature. So that's it. That my argument was, instead of us going out there and you buy a basket that is plastic, and at the time of disposal, it's going to affect the environment. We rather have these baskets that are made out of nature, because for it, even when you dispose it off, it will not affect our environment. Today I posted in our cabinet group the placards of the rewards, and one of my ministers was asking me, so we've cut down the trees to make the placards, and still it's environment sensitive, but then we remember that if we made this placard out of plastic, we're affecting the environment more than when we make it out of wood. I think I've answered your question. Yeah, and I would also like to tell you that I have a saying, I have a feeling that opportunities come to only the organized. We as youths, we need to organize ourselves. If you're not organized, you don't get an opportunity. We need to organize ourselves to get these opportunities. Then the next question was, what are the notable benefits from the leaders of the youths to us as the youths, and I think in line with climate change and the environment? Now, the biggest problem is we've been advocating for youth offices and recognition of youths at various levels, but on political grounds. Now, people get offices, but they are political offices. And besides the political offices, even those that get offices that are not political decide to politicize them. That when someone is a permanent secretary in the Ministry of Environment, this person has a thought that maybe after 5 years I can be an MP in my place. So they decide to politicize whatever they are doing in their offices. Now that has affected more so environment activists. That yes, you're going to come up with a very good project, but because this politician doesn't see it adding on his political follow-up, they decide to maybe let you down, maybe not push it for you, because sometimes a youth MP might not be in position to do all it takes as him, but they're in position to help you, maybe reach out to various organizations, reach out to the ministry, and get maybe favor with the government. But now the problem is these are political offices, and many of them have used even those that should not be political, they have politicized them to get political follow-up and have a big following. So they tend to answer to only political problems. But when you call them and tell them, now, if I was thinking of being an MP in Budu, and let's say I'm not environment sensitive, and someone came up with a project and it feels like they would buy and plant trees in Bududa to help on landslides that are there. Then another person came up with a project, let's say we do some activism around the state of the hospital, because now they will feel because this is going to give them fame and they will jump over that. Now that's the biggest problem, that for us as the youths, we've taken up political offices, but we've forgotten to take up the responsibility offices of service before politics. That's why we have not benefited so much in those political offices. And I personally don't see notable environmental benefits of youth's political offices. I don't see them.
Wow, wow, wow. I couldn't have asked for a better panel like this. Thank you very much, Alex. I'm sure we have all learned.
And
And
as I conclude, I want to put up something small. I got it from one of my friends. He told me we cannot do the same things and we expect different results. As youths, I request that we try out different things. Maybe you can have different results.
Thank you very much. I will take that for a final remark. May I request that our panelists give us their final remarks in a minute. Thank you. From Prim. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor, it's a pleasure. And my last remarks are that we need to stop thinking that in order for us to start, we need a lot of money, we need a lot of fame, we need a big platform. We should be able to realize that we can do something small in our own environments, starting from our own homes. I stopped plaiting my hair last year because I found that there were no safe ways for me to throw away hair that I got out of, this hair, the fiber, that fabric. I found that there was no safe way to dispose it off. So I stopped plaiting my hair. And for me, it's a kind of activism that first we can manage our natural hair, but for me, it's a way of protecting the environment. Yeah? So we need to realize that there are small things we can do. We don't need to have a lot of money. If you have, for example, a cookie supplier and they supply cookies in a plastic tin, don't get a new tin every time. Take back the old tin. So do something in your small way. I'm very sure that not plaiting my hair is very little. Like, it's not really reducing a lot, but every time I tell a friend about it, they're like, oh, that makes sense. So I need us to realize that we can do something, even if it's small.
Wow, thank you very much. Natural. Next.
Okay, thank you. Mine is going to the youths that have change in their mind, but not practically. Yes, we have a belief that we can make a change in the environment, we can make a change in our family background, but we leave it in our minds. I want to tell you that change is only change when you change. When you don't change, then it's not change. So let's put things into action and we change to really give change the meaning.
You don't change, change changes you, we affect the climate or change. Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you so much. You gave me 1 minute, but I think she asked a very important question, first question that we really avoided. It's about engagement in policy formulation, strengthening, and trying to hold people to account, but also getting spaces during negotiations. How can youth voices be brought into these spaces? For young people, we are creating a youth forum. So we've been bugging the Ministry of Water and Environment to engage us a lot in policy. And they have told us, but everyone is coming individually. What do you expect us to do? And they have a point. The other one is coming for investment. The other one is coming for trees. The other one is coming for something like that. As young people, we need to have one voice to advocate for something so that we have an action that we are going to follow up until the end of the year and celebrate. So we are creating a youth forum. In case after this conversation, you can come to me and then I can give you a form, sign up, and then we can really push for this as youths in Uganda, having one voice, advocating for what we stand for, and also fighting for the children as well. So we are victims, but you're also the solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Join organized youth groups, I think was the message. Let us have one voice, and we shall definitely see a difference. Thank you very much.
Yes, as I conclude, slightly taking us back, lady asked a question about the effect of climate change on sexual and reproductive health. And I think I want to differ from what my friend said. The fact is, climate change is going to, for example, create conflict, displacement, and all these things. According to UN data, out of all the people that are displaced because of climate change, 80 are women and children. So the fact is this, whether we want it or not, every time there is climate change and there's a flood or there is anything, women are going to get affected, the hospitals won't be there, so they won't have access, let me say, to contraceptives or health care and all these things. So the fact is, climate change will affect women more than men. And as women, I encourage women, please stand up and let's fight this, because if it happens, you're most likely going to suffer than the men. Yes, as I conclude, from someone I respect so much, he was a French philosopher. He said that every generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission and either achieve it or betray it. And in this time and era where we're being buzzed with all these facts about climate change, that by 2050 this is going to happen, our climate is going to be warmer, a quarter of the earth won't be habitable. These are things that are going to happen when we are still here. So it is our mission to ensure that climate change comes to an end. And I request that we do not betray it, but rather achieve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very, very much. This conversation is going to continue on all our social media pages. Visit the Facebook page for Triple GI. Visit all the social media pages. There are links that have been moving around. Please continue with the discussion. Thank you very, very much. I'll request you to stay where you are. You have been a wonderful team. I've enjoyed moderating you. And at this particular moment, we have a demonstration, a quick one. We are going to use only 5 minutes. I'm sure I have a timekeeper. 5 minutes, now we are done. So, all eyes here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Bob Onekalit Emmanuel. And since we are at a climate conference, I decided to invade and also come and do something. 5 minutes, I believe they are more than enough. When we look at climate change, we assume it's about tree planting and forests and just that. There are many other things that we can do to help the climate. There is water, there is wind, there is air, there is upthrust, there is gravity. All these are forces that we, as climate advocates, could work on to improve and change the situation that we are going in, because indeed we are headed for disaster. This here is a simple prototype of mine. It's a windmill. It's a double windmill. It is supposed to do the same thing that other windmills do, generate power from wind. However, in a much more efficient way. Normally, with normal windmills, you have one piece rotating. This one has two for a specific reason. It increases the torque. And for those who are doing sciences, we're in a big institution, you will know that torque can never be increased. You can increase the speed, you can reduce the velocity, you can increase the power, but the torque doesn't change that much. The initial torque you have is going to remain the same. However, when you have two different torques, you have increased it in that way. I don't know if you get my point. This is not the point. The whole point is that this is mine. I pray that all of you come up with something new. There is gravity, there is wind, like I've said, there is upthrust, and all those to add. We all can make a difference. We can change. But you can start. You can think. You can imagine. Whatever you're imagining is what is going to become something that people are going to follow up. People are following up on the solar, and it's indeed a good investment. But how about the wind? How about the water? How about the other methods that we can use to change our climate situation? This is my presentation. I pray that you get up to it, because all the panelists here have done a great job. We are all in the same situation and we are drowning. We need change, and it starts with you.
Thank you very much. He didn't even use the 5 minutes I gave him. Thank you for that demo. I would like to invite my colleague Maria, to invite her colleague from GIZ to give the final remarks. Triple GI will give us the final remarks. and we shall stay online.
Well done, our colleagues from the media. Allow me to invite David from the German corporation, GIZ, to give us remarks, but strictly focusing on greenpreneurship and all those opportunities. Just a few minutes before we go into closing and our final remarks. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Maria, and thanks everyone for making it to this Women's Conference, stroke the Youth Conference. I'm extremely delighted to be here as well, not only to deliver remarks from GIZ, but also to add my voice to what has already been mentioned, both by the panelists, but also what has been trending a few hours ago on the social media accounts. My name is David Chisache Valese. I happen to be a former greenpreneur for the Greenpreneurs program organized by Triple GI, where I participated and I was exhibiting innovation in the green space. It was such an opportunity for me because I was able to link up with like-minded individuals, but also to understand what it takes to start an initiative in the green space. So I do implore each of you to really reach out to Triple GI and be a part of this amazing program. Away from that, to add on what has already been said, because much has been said and there's a lot is still trending on the social media accounts, I would like to agree with all the panelists that it's really very important for youth to get involved in the opportunities that are running at the moment about climate change. 2-3 things that I would like to share with you about climate change. One of the most important things that I've personally come to realize that is very relevant for the youth is that before you say that governments are not supporting you, before you say that you're running out of ideas, how much have you read about climate change? Because you have to use the resources you have to make sure that you make impact. I've come to realize that whereas youth really want to participate in so many dialogues on climate change, they really do not have information about these things. And such information can only be obtained online, which majority of the youth have contact to and can easily access. I'll give you an example. I happen to support a global project that builds the capacity of governments within Eastern Africa, but also the capacity of private sector, including the youth, on carbon markets and climate finance. One of the things we have realized is that whereas governments, particularly in Africa, complain that they do not, their ideas are not taken into account at COPs and so on, they really didn't know how to negotiate. So as a project, our focus is on building their capacity on the core processes, but also to understand what it takes to make a viable negotiation, both as a bloc, but also as a region. So this is the same message that I'm bringing to the young people. Please try to put in effort to read and understand what climate change means, because you can only bargain if you really know what you're bargaining. You can only seek funds for a use that is known to. So 10 years ago, I was seated in this conference room and I was attending an event on ecosystem adaptation. A lot was said, and that really made me go back and read and understand what adaptation is and what kind of intervention I need to take. So that said, I will leave my contact behind. I'm running a voluntary initiative to support the young people. I'll be coming for a lecture series in the months to come for the young people to understand what climate change is, what are the aspects of mitigation, and what are the incentives that youth can take advantage of to drive projects. Climate change is a cross-cutting issue. Climate change is not limited to agriculture. It is not limited to trees you're planting, because when you get to the detail, you realize that certain projects are not viable because they lack what we call environment integrity when you get to issues of accounting in climate change. So I implore you to seek as much information as you can before you come out to complain to the government, before you come out to complain to the development partners. Kindly endeavor to seek as much relevant information as you can. Then you will be employable. Then you will be able to tap into the existing opportunities. On behalf of GIZ, I would like to thank you for being a part of this event. I thank the panelists for their time, for their interventions, and I would like to thank the rest of the development partners together with whom we have organized this event. I thank you and wish you all the best.
I don't think I can say much. We are giving out this contact. Just give it to them. We just.
I don't know if it could be displayed on the screens, but I'll work in touch with the IT people to ensure that that is displayed for everyone to see. Is that okay? Great.
Okay. It's for display. You're going to get the contact. Thank you so much. It has been a wonderful day. My name is Maria Chiza from the Global Green Growth Institute, part of the communication team and administration. It has been a wonderful day working with every one of you. You may not be having your logo displayed on the screen, but you did a wonderful job. I thank the European Union. We have the GIZ team. We have Climate Change Department, Teens, Makerere University Estates and Environment Department, the Ministry of Finance who are hosting Uganda, and especially the women in climate change. We are with us today right from the time of the run up to today when we have a successful event. We can't measure this impact, but I know you're going to continue working together to better our lives as women, as youth, all as men champions. Thank you so much for the panelists who have done a wonderful job. You've really had response to most of the questions asked, and I hope we can continue with this engagement through your social media platforms. Make sure you respond to all these questions that come to you. Climate change is the problem sometimes, but we have a solution, which is the green growth model. When you embrace it, we'll have real change. From the Global Green Growth Institute, we continue and we're going to start actively implementing the communication plan for the Uganda Green Growth Development Strategy, which we handled in 2017. But because we know that a green pathway is much relevant, we are going to put all our efforts through partnerships with you because it touches every sector: energy, water, landscape, sometimes called AFOLU, and cities. Today, we've been supported by the European Union under the program Greening Uganda's Urbanization and Industrialization Project that seeks to ensure that we have better cities in Uganda, planned cities. Thank you so much for being part of this. Let's all rise up and conclude with our national anthem. Thank you. We're starting. We need some music. I don't trust my voice.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much. You may now sit. Exhibition is open. Thank you so much. Officially closing our Women in Climate Change Conference. You're most welcome. I wish you all journey masses. Oh yeah, someone tells me there is green tea. Please feel free to have a cup of tea as you exit. And yes, formality, she gets to give you coupons. We have David's number displayed, david.chisache@giz.d. Please write to him. Let's have a follow-up. If you see on the posters, if you ever saw any poster, that's where my number is and my email address. Please feel free to contact me through social media. I'll be able to